Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs.
Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaws, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. Deinonychus, a big dinosaur, but will the sound to say, he must have been the very fierce hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus,
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have all of you here. Happy Wednesday, or whatever day it may happen to be, wherever you are right now. Whether you're watching live, hello chat, or whether you're watching later on in the VOD, or on YouTube, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And if it's your first time here, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So, talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on Earth, talking about extinction and evolution and the scientific method, talking about dinosaurs in particular, because dinosaurs are my particular specialty. They are my area of study. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I work on. And so we're here to talk about some brand new dinosaurs today. And hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Wow, you're here bright and early, sweetie. I appreciate that. Well, let's get our cat cam fired up. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah. Hello, Sweetie Pie. How are things? Yeah. You pushing the camera around again? Trying to. There you go. Yeah. Oh, sweetie. How you doing? Yeah. Oh, hello. You are eager today. Do you want some treats? Is that what you're after? You're just gonna put a bunch of hair into my water there. Yeah. Hello, sweetie pie. Anyway, this is one of my landlords here. Her name is Sweetie Pie, and I'm lucky that she keeps me around, huh? You
Let's
chewing on the
protect
fern
our
over
fossils,
there?
because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Hyperverted, thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Great to have you. And Sweetie Pie appreciates it too. Yeah. It helps me buy treats for you, huh? Yeah, and look at those whiskers. Look at those whiskers, my goodness. Use those for feeling around in the dark? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. There we go. Oh, is that good stuff? Appreciate that? Look at those eyes close up. Yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah. Phil A wants to know, are cats descendants of dinosaurs? No, cats are mammals. So they're much more closely related to us as human beings than they are to dinosaurs. Both we and cats are mammals. Dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. And mammals and reptiles split like 20 million years ago, something like that. The origins of amniota. Oh yeah. Sweetie Pie here, as elegant and beautiful as she is, as wonderful as she is not a dinosaur. Definitely not. And hey Lordy, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. We're going to be talking about some brand new dinosaurs today. We touched on one of them yesterday. A new little thessalosaur from the Mustn't Touch It member of the Cedar Mountain Formation of Utah. I'm going to be digging in the Cedar Mountain Formation in less than a week. I can't wait. But we've also got a new dinosaur from the United Kingdom today, from the Isle of Wight. So we'll be talking about that critter too. And for once, there's like a lot of remains of this critter. It's decently represented. It's not just fragments. So that's pretty exciting too. We'll get into that. It's also an iguanodontium. We've got some iguanodontium stuff going on in the background here, and Sweetie Pie. She loves pushing that camera around. She really does. Oh, sweetie. My goodness. But yeah. And is this the fossil? Is this fossil the one with an eye in its display? I'm not sure, Dinosaur Dave. I haven't actually had a chance to read the paper yet, or really even read the press release. I was busy running errands and stuff this morning, getting stuff done. So didn't really have much of an opportunity to look at it yet. So we'll be doing that live. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, would you like...
Allosaurus, ancient predecessor of the Tyrannosaurus, mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age, giant meat-eater with long, dagger-like teeth.
Salor 2015, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. And Sweetie Pie also appreciates it, don't you, Sweetie? Yeah. How about we get you some treats, huh? Would you like that? What do you think? You're looking very expectant right now. Let's make that happen for you. And thank you, Dino Dax, for the gift sub.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Benzo.
That. Thank you. Good stuff. Well, Sweetie Pie. Ooh. Yeah, that's the stuff. Here we go. Let's get you some treats. Ooh, that's so many. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff indeed. And we're going to have a fun stream today, everybody. So I hope you're ready to learn about some brand new dinosaurs. One of them just published today. The other one published yesterday or the day before. And if you've got any questions at all, questions about dinosaurs in particular, since dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk about 5 days a week when I'm here in my office, or 7 days a week when I'm out in the field. I'll be back out in Utah in less than a week. Can't wait. We'll be digging up some dinosaurs live on stream. Dinosaurs similar to the new one just published today. And, but yeah. And, Kaja's Newts Shugel says hi. Hello to you too, Kaja. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yeah. How are those today, Sweetie Pie? Are they pretty good? What do you think? Yeah. Good stuff. And Soft Kitty Lynn, sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Crunch those up, Sweetie Pie. They're good for your teeth.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Remember Fluffy Pie. Danny will be coming back. Don't lease the studio to another roaming paleontologist.
Thank you, Risadego. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll be gone for like 3 weeks to a month here, Sweetie Pie. And then you can have your treats again. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. Anywho, we're gonna have a fun stream today. I am very much enjoying having air conditioning and you know, mammals around that aren't trying to bite me. Sleeping in a proper bed every night. Being in civilization is pretty lovely, I gotta say. But I am, in a way, definitely looking forward to getting back out to the field and digging up some more dinosaurs and sharing that with all of you through the magic of satellite internet. So we'll be doing that shortly. Next week, I'll be out in the field. Anyway, thank you again, Risudega, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. And, yeah. We're talking about Iguanodontian dinosaurs today, because that's our new dinosaur from the Isle of Wight, just published. Comptonatus. Not to be confused with Camptosaurus or Camptonotus, which are the same critter. Camptonotus is a junior synonym of Camptosaurus. But anyway, Ebo says, looking fresh with the haircut. Thank you, Ebo. It's going to be really hot out there in Utah when I get out there next week. Let's take a look at what the forecast says for that area. There we go. 102 degrees Fahrenheit. Currently in Moab, Utah. This is near where I am going to be. That's pretty hot. That's pretty hot. Heat advisory, yeah, no joke. Oh, boy. And what's it look like for the next 10 days? 105, 107, 106, 104, 102, 99, 100. So yeah, when I get out there next Tuesday, it's going to be 99 degrees. It'll probably be hotter, honestly, where I am. Yeah. It's going to be pretty toasty. Pretty toasty. Good stuff. Science Stream says, well, after a while, you kind of get used to it. You almost enjoy it. You know, it's like, bring it on. It's nice to have the ambient temperature be higher than your internal temperature. You know, it's like being in the womb. It's kind of comforting in a way. As long as you're drinking enough water and staying out of direct sunlight as much as possible. And, you know, getting enough sleep and consuming enough sodium and that kind of thing. All basic rules of desert survival. 108 in Salt Lake tomorrow. Holy cow, Jim. That's nuts. And with all that asphalt and concrete out there, too, you're going to have, like, you know, heat deserts out there as well. It's always worse in cities and areas that are built up like that. Holy cow. Oh, boy. The science says, is it a dry heat? It is. Yeah. Humidity is very low out there in the Utah desert. Yeah. So very much a dry heat. And 113 in Vegas. Oh boy, Grim Deviant. 40 degrees Fahrenheit, yeah. Heat Island? No, says Jim. Heat Volcano. There you go. Jim, by the way, it was such a joy being able to listen to your appearance on Salt Lake City Public Radio yesterday. We listened at the end of yesterday's stream, and that was a ton of fun. You did great, as usual, and, yeah, just a joy to listen to. I particularly liked your line when you were talking about being the Utah State Paleontologist, and you were talking about how you're essentially like a cheerleader for dinosaur paleontology in Utah. You said, like, you know, my job is to get people excited about Utah's dinosaurs. Easiest job in the world. It was good. It was a good line. Yeah. Your job is not the easiest one in the world, clearly, but it's pretty awesome what you've been able to do as Utah State Paleontologist, and I'm really looking forward to working with you next week out there near Moab. It's going to be a ton of fun. Been looking forward to that all year. So yeah. And there you go. Mayor of Space, I like your philosophy about that. Mayor of Space says, a lot of people here in Florida complain about the heat, but they're the kind of people who live their lives in parking lots. Of course it's going to be miserable there. It's not so bad under trees and wading in creeks. Oh yeah. And there are plenty of trees and creeks in Florida. That's a wonderful thing about that state. Florida is one of my very favorite U.S. states in terms of the flora and fauna. What a cool natural environment. Cool natural environments in Florida. Yeah. And hey, Cody Sheeby, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And F. Mike says, how's it going? It's going well. Yeah, I'm excited to get back out into the field, but I'm also enjoying being inside air conditioning right now. I'm enjoying civilization for the time being. I also got some interesting books today that I'm eager to read when I'm out there in the field. I'm going to try and fit everything into my little bag, my non-carry-on bag, my personal item bag for the flight next week. But let me get those books and I'll show them to you. There we go. I think I already showed this one off. Jim recommended that I get this. I'm going to see if I can fit this into my bag, but Common Fossil Plants of Western North America, an excellent reference guide. If I've got space, I'll bring this, but I probably won't be reading it cover to cover. I ordered a brand new book, which I'll show you in a second, from my local independent bookseller here in the Bay Area. But as I was going to pick that up, I found this, which seemed really interesting. I'll show you on the desk cam here. Every living thing, the great and deadly race to know all life. So it's about Linnaeus and Buffon, who had this rivalry, and it's a book about taxonomy, it's a book about natural history, it's a book about trying to understand the natural world. And if Dava Sobel has this to say about this, she's a wonderful writer, then I'm really eager to read this. So I'll be bringing this with me to the field to read, and really looking forward to that. But the reason why I went to the bookstore in the first place was to get this. John Long is a very well-respected vertebrate paleontologist. He's an expert on various fossil fishes, both bony fishes and chondrichthyan fishes, like sharks. But yeah, Secret History of Sharks, The Rise of the Ocean's Most Fearsome Predators. This is good stuff. I'm really looking forward to reading this, and I need to ask John Long if he'd like to appear for an interview on this channel, maybe when I get back from the field. So I'll send him an email about that soon. But I'm really looking forward to reading this and learning more about the fossil history of sharks and their relatives, the chondrichthyan fishes, and it's going to be good stuff. You'll also notice... Oop, wrong button. I could have done a neater job of this, I guess, but before I bring books into the field, I like to put packing tape on the dust jackets like this, in order to keep the edges from getting frayed and just kind of keep them in better condition. You know, it's rough out there in the field. And, yeah, you know how it goes. Snapping Neurons, thank you for the follow. Is that a refollow? Welcome to Paleontologizing, Snapping Neurons. I'm glad you could be here. So yeah. And Salamander just solved my conundrum of what to get my sister for her birthday. Which book was it, Salamander? Which one was it? I know you've got good taste in books already, so the idea that you would find one of these recommendations useful is awesome. Sharks! Oh wait, no. Secret History of Sharks. Yeah, this is brand new too. So John Long just published on this. In fact, we might even be able to find a video of him promoting it. Let's see if we can do that. And just redoing my follow list with only the good streams. Snapping Neurons, I appreciate that. Thank you for that vote of confidence. That means a lot to me. Here, let's see if we get lucky. There might even be a video interview or blurb or something with sharks. 7 years ago, 2 years ago. Nope, we want Stuff from this month, perhaps. No. Here he is right here from 3 years ago. This is John Long here.
I got interested in paleontology as a young kid and I got hooked on collecting fossils. Today I live for coming into work and going to the lab and seeing what's coming out of these acid baths where we're dissolving the rocks away to get the fossils out. We found this amazing new skull, which is probably going to be a new species. So it's that sense of excitement of coming into work each day. Hi, I'm John Long. I'm Strategic Professor in Paleontology at Flinders University. We look at the big question.
A Strategic Professor of Paleontology? Sounds like some sort of Cold War thing. Strategic Professor in Paleontology. Gentlemen, I will not tolerate a fossil gap. Good stuff.
I'm Strategic Professor in Paleontology at Flinders University. We look at the big question of how did the human body plan first evolve. We published a paper in Nature last year showing a 380 million year old fish from Canada. That's where the first limbs and hands, even the first finger bones evolved from. So prior to that study, people thought only land animals have fingers and toes, but we proved that wrong and showed that the secrets of the human body are really buried in fishes. By studying fossils, we have a good idea of how life has survived some of its biggest catastrophes.
Who's the tactical professor? I don't know. Katie Arp, I'm not sure.
To the challenges facing life today with climate change and habitat loss. We bring our students out into the field to collect fossils, to dig them up, have that sense of excitement of finding a new species, and then back in the lab where we use not just the conventional methods of preparing fossils, but a lot of high-tech approaches of getting right inside the fossil and analysing all the layers. We would meet at least once a week to talk about their project. But once they get the run of the game, they'll just go on with it and do the work independently. We want to teach them how to be independent, free-thinking scientists. There's real opportunities to make big discoveries in the field and find a new species or find something that contributes to the broader knowledge about how we as humans evolved.
Good stuff. Yeah. So that's John Long and his new book. Well, maybe I can find you. That's odd. Come on now. And Spy149, yeah, this is the hand of Iguanodon bernisartensis. We're going to be talking about a brand new relative of this animal today, just described today. But first, we're just talking about this real quick, because I'm really excited to read this book. It just came out, and I'm actually going to be asking John Long if he'd like to do an interview on this channel when I get back from the field in a few weeks. That would be really cool. Oh, and I guess... Oh, this must have already happened. But anyhow, yeah. Here's a link to that book. There we go. Check it out. It's gonna be good stuff, I'm sure. And Nerduino, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope all is well with you. Hope you've been having a good week so far. If anybody's not yet following Nerduino, you're missing out. Former NASA scientist, current science communicator, and all-around cool guy. Nerduino was on the scientist panel with me at TwitchCon last October. And did some really cool streams. Excellent science communicator. Check out Nerduino. Anyway, would take 10 degrees less on the Earth thermostat. You and me both, Nerduino. Holy cow. And you live pretty near the coast, right? Like me, here in the beautiful, sunny, but not too hot San Francisco Bay Area. It's in like the 80s today here, which is really nice. But in 1 week from now, I'm going to be out here in Moab, Utah, or nearby. Honestly, probably in a spot that's a little bit hotter than Moab. And yeah, it's going to be in triple-digit heat. Fahrenheit, thankfully. But yeah, triple-digit heat. It's going to be a lot. 35 miles or so from the beach. Okay, so you're further inland. It's going to be hotter than right by the coastline. Or do we know? Well, I hope you're staying cool. Yeah, 99 there. Wow. Shoot. Anyway. Not close enough. More high desert-ish. Oh boy. Well, we're going to be very high desert up there. It's like 5,600 feet elevation or something where I'm going to be doing field work, but I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be nice. And DM Wing says, wouldn't 10 degrees like trigger a new ice age? Not in the summers necessarily. I guess, yeah, I don't know. If we're talking Fahrenheit and not Celsius, then I'm not sure. Yeah. 10 degrees right now, not permanently. I know. There you go, Nerduino. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. We've got some fossil news to discuss, and why don't we just get right into it? We've got a brand new dinosaur. Maybe before we do that, let's talk about our new dinosaur from yesterday, which we didn't get to give enough time. So without further ado, let's get back to our fossil news, starting now. All right, in case you missed it, yesterday we were talking about a brand new Thessaliosaur dinosaur that we have evidence for burrowing behavior in from Utah, from the same geological formation where I'm going to be working next week. Although this one's much more recent in time than the particular beds we're going to be looking at tomorrow. But it is a new Thessaliosaur that has been named Fauna herzogae. Not Phonosaurus, not Phonodon, not Fauna tyrannus, but Fauna, F-O-N-A, is the genus name. Herzogae is the species name. This is a Thessaliosaur. Thessaliosaurs are these kind of smallish, two-legged, beaky, plant-eating dinosaurs. And we've got good evidence that these animals spent at least part of their time underground, in burrows, which is pretty cool. It does kind of help solve an old mystery, and that, like, how in the world do these dinosaurs defend themselves against predators? I mean, they're pretty fast. They could run away. Look at those long, leggy legs there. You know, these would not have been slow, plodding critters. It would have been pretty speedy. But also, spending part of their time in burrows would, you know, help them get along in a difficult environment with lots of critters who want to chomp on them. This new one is from about 99 million years ago in the Cedar Mountain Formation of Utah. So we went through the press release yesterday. Let's take a look at the actual paper here, shall we? And thank goodness it is open access. Come on now. PDF, there we go.
Access granted.
Everybody loves open access. No paywall on this, so you can take a look at it yourself. And thank you, Claire Burr, for already putting the link into the chat for everybody. Fantastic. Yeah. And hello, Marika. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Crimson Carnotaurus wants to know, wasn't there a specimen of Thessalosaurus thought to have had its heart preserved? And, yes. There we go. That was Willow. Willow, the little dinosaur with a heart. It's at the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences. Really well-preserved skeleton. And there is that purported heart. It's, probably not actually a heart. It's probably an ironstone concretion that may have started to form because of very iron-rich material there, because a heart used to be there, potentially. I think the jury's still kind of out on that. But, yeah. It's from near Buffalo, South Dakota. Anywho, this is the same family of animals, except this guy's about 35 million years older. Which is pretty cool. A potential ancestor of Thessalosaurus proper from the end of the Age of Dinosaurs. Give you some context here. So this is a geologic time chart. We are right here at the top, within those black pixels up there. Within the Holocene stage of the Quaternary period in the Cenozoic era, the Age of Mammals. In order to get back to Thessalosaurus, you've got to go back to the Maastrichtian stage of the Cretaceous period. About 66 to 68 million years ago is when Thessalosaurus lived. Again, that's this guy, Thessalosaurus. But now to get to our new dinosaur, Fauna, we've got to go all the way back to the Cenomanian, or maybe even the late Albion, about 99 million years ago, in either the latest part of the Lower Cretaceous or the earliest part of the Upper Cretaceous. Kind of depends on who you ask. But that is from the Cedar Mountain Formation. And what's crazy is the Cedar Mountain Formation, it's basically like the entire Lower Cretaceous period, as I understand it. Let me take a look. Yeah, Cedar Mountain Formation here in the Cretaceous. Yeah, it goes up into the Cenomanian. So you've got the entire early Cretaceous period covered here in the Cedar Mountain Formation. This is the formation that I'm going to be digging in next week. And for like 3 weeks after that, at least. The Mustn't Touch It member at the very top of the Cedar Mountain is where this new dinosaur is from. In a couple weeks, I'm going to be working down in the lower Yellowcat member. Right down here. Maybe even in the Berriasian stage, the very beginning of the Cretaceous period. But, yeah, Berriasian. Anywho, our new dinosaur is from the Mustn't Touch It member of the Cedar Mountain Formation. And, Geo Jim, how are you doing? Speaking of geology, Geo Jim, I hope you're having a good day so far. It's good to see you. I'm looking forward to be doing some Earth Sciences fieldwork in less than a week now. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be good. Oh, and there was a raid. How did I miss that? Geo Jim, I'm sorry. Shoot. I guess my alerts are off. Let me turn those back on. There we go. Thank you, Geo Jim, for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Tell me how your stream went, if you don't mind. Anyway, good stuff. Brand new paper here.
One of the most remarkable animals that had ever existed.
There's a link for real.
Certainly, one of the most famous is a dinosaur.
Link for real.
Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3 for science. Less than 3, less than 3,
less than 3. Thank you, Link for real, for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's take a look at this brand new publication. Just published yesterday, the day before. This is pretty exciting. I have another new dinosaur from the Cedar Mountain. So Thessalosaurians are a group of early diverging ornithischian dinosaurs notable for their conservative bow plans What they mean by that, what the authors mean, is that they don't get crazy with how their bodies look. You know, it's a fairly nondescript kind of body plan, aka bow plan. You got 2 long leggy legs, got a long tail, you've got shorter arms, got a little beaky beak. You know, you're running around, you're eating plants, digging in burrows, presumably. But, you know, no crazy horns or spikes or frills or big gnarly teeth or anything like that. You know, a fairly nondescript kind of critter. This might be, to use video game parlance, I guess, it might be kind of like, you know, for your dinosaur character feature select screen, this might be what you start with, you know? Yeah, pretty vanilla, Claire Bear. There you go. It's unmodded. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. You know, it's a starter dinosaur. Base model. There you go, Dr. Morbius. Not a lot of bells and whistles, like the author said in the press release. Default model vibes? Kind of macchiato caro, yeah. But they turn out to be much more interesting than you might assume, based on how unassuming they look. Yeah, that was such a fantastic description. Thank you, Olao. I appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, the economy trim package.
Strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Not this one, Diagonal. Thank you for the 41 months of support. Holy cow, that's a lot of months. Appreciate it. So these guys, as Thessaliosaurs, they are related to other dinosaurs that have got, you know, more crazy stuff going on. Your Thyreophorans, your Ceratopsians, your other marginocephalians like Pachycephalosaurs, you know, Ornithischia. You've also got your big armored dinosaurs, horned dinosaurs, spike-thumbed dinosaurs like our Iguanodon right here. But these kind of more basal ornithischians like Thessaliosaurs, you know, they're a bit more nondescript. Yeah. Conservative bow plans. That's what that means then. Yeah. And Lunia Rose says, I love how well you can spell the dinosaur names. I'm not a great speller. I've had a lot of practice. But yeah. And Diagonal makes a good point here. As a botanist, Diagonal says, I'm low-key bothered by the use of vanilla for generic things. Vanilla is a flavor that comes from an orchid. Try plain ice cream or plain yogurt that do not have vanilla flavor added to see how much difference the flavor makes. I like that take, Diagonal. I like that take. You know who else really likes vanilla flavor? Is Ios. Friend of the channel Ios and member of my stream team from twitch.tv/Ios. She also streams here on this platform, but she streams something a little bit more obscure than like educational science content. She does these things called video games, and you should check her out because she's very, very good at those video games. But yeah, big fan of vanilla flavor at Ios. And people stream video games on Twitch. I know, right, DMWing? Apparently. But she's very good at it. You should check her out. Anyhow. Although abundant within the latest Cretaceous ecosystems in North America, the poor record of Thessaliosaurians record is poor to absent in earlier assemblages, leaving a large gap in our understanding of their evolution, origins, and ecological roles. Here we report a new small-bodied Thessaliosaurian, Fauna herzogae, gen et sponov. That means new genus. Well, genus and species new. Gen et sponov, genus and species new. From the Mustn't Touch It member of the Cedar Mountain Formation in Utah, USA. I'll have Jim explain part of this to you right here.
Well, the Utah Geologic Survey's paleontology group has been studying the Cedar Mountain Formation for the last dozen years. And one of the things we've done for the Cedar Mountain Formation, these early Cretaceous rocks, is
this is actually where I'm going to be digging. I think this is the same valley where I'm going to be next week.
Divide them into a number of units. And right here is one of our thickest sequences of the lower unit, the yellow cap member of the Cedar Mountain.
Yeah.
And if we look up at this big escarpment on the southern skyline, right down at the base, you see some little blue slopes and then a red sandstone interval. And we're basically...
So the Morrison Formation is Jurassic, and that's where some of your favorite dinosaurs come from. You know, dinosaurs like Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus. Some of your other favorites like Haplocanthosaurus and Mimorapelta. Everybody loves those too. They're from the Morrison Formation down here, Jurassic. And then you move up into the Cedar Mountain Formation, which is the beginning of the Cretaceous period.
Standing on that sandstone interval right here. We're using that gravelly, red, iron-stained sandstone to mark at this location where the Cretaceous-Jurassic boundary.
You'll have Allosaurus. They're
but
from
if we look at this beautiful exposure, nice steep exposure that's been well studied. That red interval is the base of the section, the yellow cat member. There's a little break halfway up the slope that is a calcrete, a carbonate unit. And it's the first carbonate we see in this sequence of rocks within the Cedar Mountain Formation as we go up. And from that point up, we see lots of carbonate. As we go up above that, the next interval up below the sandstone cliff, a lot of it in this area is lacustrine. That is, they represent lake and pond deposits. We see fossil fish in those beds, lungfish, freshwater spiny sharks, freshwater turtles, crocodilians, and on the shorelines above and below, dinosaur tracks, and at the top, that's where we have the level of Utahraptor, Gastonia, Cedarsaurus. A number of very good dinosaurs are known from just below that sandstone cliff as the lake retreated again.
Yeah.
The sandstone cliff we call the poison strip sandstone, named for outcrops just about a mile south of here. That unit splits the Cedar Mountain in half. It was referred to years ago as the middle sandstone of the Cedar Mountain. And then if we look over here, look to the west, we can see that sand coming down low in the slope because it's sloping to the north toward the Book Cliffs. And at the very top of that exposure, we have a little sandstone. The interval of shale between that sandstone ledge and the sandstone at the top is the Ruby Ranch member.
Oh, shoot, you got the Ruby Ranch.
Cedar Mountain Formation. This lower stuff may be some of the earliest Cretaceous in North America.
Yep, and I'm going to be working there in the lower Yellow Cat, one of the lowest spots in the lower Yellow Cat. Next week, Jim will tell you all about this when we're out there together in the field.
The upper stuff has generally been dating at about 105 million late early Cretaceous. And the sandstone at the top, right at the very top, is the beginning of the Dakota Formation. And as we look north, the Dakota Formation all the way up through...
And that's... I think that's Jim's tent right there. It might be Don's tent. Proper spring bar tent. Made in the USA. Made in Salt Lake City, Utah. I got one of these for me this summer, too.
Through the highest cliffs we can see to the north, we have exposures of upper Cretaceous. So this little interval down here of only about 300 feet or so thick is equivalent in time. It represents about 25 million years with breaks to this vast thickness that extends here from the Dakota.
Yeah, but where's the mustn't touch it? It must not be
the Book Cliffs, the
must not have been deposited in this area.
But we've been focusing on this thin interval of rock representing a lot of time and a big chunk of Utah's story.
Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, I guess the mustn't touch it is above that and it's just not exposed in that particular place. But that, the mustn't touch it member of the Cedar Mountain Formation is where this new dinosaur is from. Fauna Herzog is represented by multiple individuals. That's really exciting because all too often when you've got a new dinosaur that's named, it's based on a single individual. oftentimes a juvenile of a previously known species. So that doesn't seem to be the case here at all, which is really exciting. It represents one of the most comprehensive skeletal assemblages of a small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian described from North America to date. Phylogenetic analysis recovers fauna as the earliest member of Thessalosaurini, minimally containing Eryctodromeus, and all three species of Thesalosaurus, revealing the clade was well established in North America by as early as the Cenomanian, and distinct from, yet continental cohabitants with, their sister clade, Orodrominae. Interesting. Huh. To date, Orodromians and Thesalosaurians have not been found together within a single North American ecosystem, suggesting different habitat preferences or competitive exclusion. So two closely related clades of little beaky plant-eating dinosaur that never seem to cohabitate. Like, they never seem to exist in the same environment together. Which is interesting, because that either means that these are actually two separate clades, or, gonna entertain another hypothesis here, what if they're the same critters, just at different growth stages? And how would we falsify that idea? Osteological observations, so looking at their bones, reveals extensive intraspecific variation. Okay, across cranial and postcranial elements. Oh, this is music to my ears. Oh boy. This is something that we've been talking about.
Glue is cheap.
Over the past couple weeks here. Extensive intraspecific variation. So here's the thing, when you've got limited sample sizes, when you find like one skeleton of a purported new dinosaur, you've got a sample size of 1. Sometimes if someone finds a very similar dinosaur nearby, they might jump to the conclusion that it's a new taxon, it's a new genus or a new species, because it looks a little bit different. And when you only have 2 specimens, it might be really easy to just see all of the differences between them and not focus on the similarities. But the thing is, a lot of different dinosaur groups, a lot of different dinosaur species, show a lot of intraspecific variation. So within the same species, different individuals might look very different. That might be individual variation, or just individuals are all a little bit different from one another. They're all unique in small ways. It can be stratigraphic variation. It can be ontogenetic variation, too. And again, ontogeny, that's when, you know, dinosaurs or other critters, they look different at different stages of life.
Ontogeny.
Because they're growing and maturing. They don't look identical when they're small to when they're big.
Ontogeny.
Their bodies and their horns and frills and display features and stuff like that change tremendously during the individual lifetimes of these critters. We call
ontogeny.
That ontogeny. I wonder if they touch on ontogenetic variation here, or if they're chalking all of this up to individual variation or what. But it's really cool that they've got enough specimens here that they can actually see that variation clearly. This is exciting stuff. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's see. Like birds, a normal person wouldn't recognize a young bald eagle as such. Maybe, Marika, yeah. Although birds are kind of funny in that most of them mature fully within like a year. Or at least they've got their adult plumage within the year or something, right? They mature pretty quickly. Dinosaurs, especially large kinds of dinosaur, would take a while longer to mature. They still grow incredibly quickly, but when you're growing from, you know, hatching out of an egg this big to be an animal the size of a bus, even growing really quickly, it takes a while for those changes to occur, you know? But yeah, but I like your analogy there, Marika, yeah. Like apatosaurs there, Murph, absolutely. Yes. Holy cow. Marika says, my sister helps pigeons sometimes, and a lot of people believe they are pigeons. Young bald eagles? Oh, believe that they are not pigeons because they look so much different at a young age. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Benzor says, imagine classifying deer based on the number of points on the horns. Yeah. There are some people who really like to do that for ceratopsian dinosaurs. And to be fair, deer shed their antlers every season. Whereas ceratopsian dinosaurs were not shedding their epiparietals and episquamosals every year, but they do change through ontogeny. Even from what I've seen, the number and orientation of epis can change throughout an animal's lifetime. But yeah. Are antlers on dinosaurs possible? Asked Marika. I suppose it's possible. But not as likely as in mammals. If you were to find antlers on a dinosaur, by which I mean like keratin-based structures that are shed seasonally, the critter I would most expect to see that on would be something like Pachyrhinosaurus. He's got this like big, what we call a nasal boss. So just like a big, weird, flat, bumpy thing on the head. That's a terrible Pachyrhinosaurus, but this is a lot better right here. Or even better right here. Yeah. There is a chance that these guys, that nasal boss was, that would have been like the underbase for some sort of crazy structure like this that could have been shed annually or could have come off after death or, you know, something like that. Even like that. This reminds me of like Elasmotherium. I suppose it's possible, but we don't really, I don't know, it'd be a tough one to test. How would you go about testing this idea, you know? Yeah. It's interesting to think about. But yeah. And what's the wackiest dinosaurs out there? Asked Dino Dax. I can show you a video of some. Wackiest dinosaurs. Let's see here. Maybe something like this right here. This one's pretty wacky. Yeah, really weird. Look at that. Of course, it should be obvious at this point. Birds are living dinosaurs. And some of them have some truly wacky stuff going on. You know? And yeah, it's true, the females do love it. Well, if it's done right, I sell it. Charzia says, wouldn't there be a blood supply going to the base if there were growths? It is possible to identify that? Exactly, Charzia, yeah. We do think that in general, these horned dinosaurs like you see here. In general, these guys do have kind of vascularized faces. So you've got all these like wrinkles across the surface of the skull that seem to be blood supply to skin or I think more likely keratin on the surface. And with Pachyrhinosaurus in particular, there is a really scrungy kind of texture to that. That is consistent, totally consistent with, like, you know, blood supply for that. Nutrient supply, nutrient grooves, whatever you want to call it. That rugosity there seems to be perfectly consistent with some sort of big weird growth coming off of it. But whether that's just a really brightly colored lump, like on the left, or a big ridiculous keratin horn or something like on the right, we don't really know. What I would dispute with these reconstructions is they're not nearly colorful enough. Like, this is probably really brightly colored, I would imagine. If you're going through all of the effort to evolve this crazy, like, expensive structure like this, you're gonna want it to be showy, you know? These are not animals like, I don't know. These are not animals that are going to want to camouflage well with their environment. They're already big, noisy, conspicuous critters. It's not like they're going to be hiding from predators, really. Especially not when they're mature like this. Those are going to be really brightly colored and showy, I think. I think dinosaurs in general would have been pretty brightly colored, as ostentatious animals. I think we as human beings living in the modern age, we're used to big animals being really drab colors. Think about all the biggest land animals today. Elephants, rhinoceros, you know, hippos, bison, Cape buffalo. They're all brown or gray or grayish brown or brownish gray, because mammals today don't really have color vision for the most part. If they do, it's pretty paltry. Even our own color vision as human beings is inferior to the color vision of, say, birds or crocodilians, who can see more colors than we can. They've got tetrachromatic vision. We have trichromatic vision as humans. Dinosaurs, who gave rise to birds, also would have had tetrachromatic vision. They would have been able to see more colors than we can. And as a result, I think they would have been much more brightly colored than most people imagine them. Rhinoceros or elephant should not be your model for dinosaur coloration. I think that's thinking about things in completely the wrong way. Think about them like birds. Does that make sense? Yeah, even insects, right? Yeah, so insects, I think a lot of them have tetrachromatic vision as well. Insects are in a remarkably diverse group of critters, and some of them are probably nearly blind. But I think ones that do have good vision probably can see at least partway into the ultraviolet spectrum, like a lot of birds can. Yeah. But yeah. Stop being so mammal-centric. Exactly, Rhacodactylus, yeah. And Phalace, is that a controversial hypothesis? Not really. I mean, you talk to most dinosaur paleontologists and they'd probably tell you the same thing. But I think, it would be controversial if you're talking to, like, Hollywood producers or something who want, you know, drab-colored dinosaurs because that's what people are used to seeing, because they're used to drab-colored big mammals. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And there you go, Joe Wingy. Yeah, some spiders like, jumping spiders, I think, famously have excellent eyesight, because they're very visual predators. Yeah, anyhow. Where were we? Oh, let's get back to our new dinosaur here. Back to, there we go. Bona herzogae. Our New little Thessalosaur. And I like that they've given it some bright colors in this new illustration. That's very cool. That's very cool. I like that a lot. Bill A says there aren't many colorful birds. Yeah, there you go. Here we go. But yeah, a number of anatomical similarities with Eryctodromeus, who's known to be a burrowing dinosaur, suggest a shared semi-fossorial lifestyle. So we've got evidence that our new Thessalosaur here was also a burrower, like its kind of distant relative, Eryctodromeus. Good stuff. So that's the abstract for the paper. Let's take a look at some of the figures and that stuff. So here in Utah, within this little spot here on the Wasatch Plateau. Mustn't touch it flat. Right north. Holy cow. So many different sites, all yielding this same critter. This is really exciting. This is not, oh, we found a handful of bones and from one individual dinosaur and we're naming a new thing. It's, here are a whole bunch of different specimens from a wide geographic area. And they all seem to be from the same critter. This is really exciting. This is really exciting. Herdy says this is the most fascinating channel on Twitch, in my opinion. Thank you, Herdy. I appreciate that. I'm glad I'm not making you fall asleep here. This is exciting stuff, you know? This is really cool. And man, this is cool. They've done some really excellent work here. You got to give it to these authors. They have done a fantastic job. We've got these different sites, all yielding these different specimens here. And they've managed to correlate these stratigraphically so that we've got a really good sense for where they come from in the rock record. These are different site names. They've got Mini Troll, Manolo, Last Chance, Magic Man, and Karmic. These are probably like informal site names. And man, we've had some crazy informal site names, some of the field crews that I've been on. But this is a beautiful figure. I love this. This is so cool. Very nice. Very nice. So what they had to do at each of these different sites was to take a section. And taking a section, or doing a stratigraphic section, or whatever you want to call it. Different stratigraphers and geologists have like different informal terms for this. But basically what you do is you take one of these devices, what my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, used to call a stratomaster. AKA a Jacobson staff. Geology. Did I spell that wrong? Why is it not coming up with the proper thing here? Jacob staff. It's Jacob staff. We always called them stratomasters. I'm getting that mixed up with Jacobson's organ. But, yeah. So this is just a 1.5 meter long stick. If you want to get real fancy, you could do it like this. This is how Denver Fowler used to make his. I think still does. You take some PVC tubing, you cut it at exactly 1.5 meters, and then you put tape around it at 10 centimeter intervals like this. So you have 10 centimeters black, 10 centimeters white, 10 centimeters black, 10 centimeters white. And you've got a little thing at the top of that with a spirit level. Like Brunton makes some really good ones. Basically, you go like this, and you just walk up the whole hillside. And you're using that spirit level like that to be able to make sure that everything is nice and level so that you can measure out exactly how tall the rock layer is, and then at different points along that, you take notes of how the rock is changing. I wonder if this video might provide some insight into that. Let's see if this is any good here.
The rock units in order as a vertical column with the oldest rocks at the
this is
bottom
great.
and the youngest at the top, which is known as a stratigraphic column. Each rock unit in the column is overlain with symbols for rock type and any distinct features,
this is good.
sometimes colored in to correspond with map colors, with extra information given in the width of the units and notes on the side.
And could you theoretically use any two high contrast color tape? Yeah, Marcy Walk Dogs. I've seen like blaze orange used. I've seen like a really bright fluorescent pink. I once made a Stratomaster, a Jacob Staff, that was I used truck bed liner rather than electrical tape. So I used masking tape to mask off the white parts, and then I had a big can of like black pickup truck bed liner, and I made my own. And then I had a joint in the middle too, so that I could fit it into a field bag more easily. It's pretty cool. But yeah, these are the highly advanced tools that we use in field paleontology and geology. Dinodex says the stratigraphy was a nightmare when I did geology in college, but looking at it now, I'm not sure why. I don't enjoy taking geological sections either, stratigraphic sections, but it is extremely important.
The rock in your stratigraphic column can be used in a number of ways that we will discuss more in a moment, but it is going to be used on our sheets as giving grain size of the rocks, with smaller grains being shown by thinner width. During your preliminary investigations, before going out into the field, you might find a comprehensive stratigraphic column for your area may already be available. It is so much easier to see deformations in the rock if you know how they were originally organized before being deformed.
Yep, and this goes into what Bush Doctor is asking. What about geology that used to be stratified vertically, but is now on its side, like the Jurassic coastline in the UK? There is usually some degree of tilting. It's kind of rare for everything to be perfectly, 100% straight as it used to be. There's usually some degree of tilt, and you've got to account for that. That's why it's important to maybe take sections in laterally contiguous areas. You might move a half mile to the north or south or east or west and kind of look at where everything is there. Yeah, we try and account for that kind of a tilt.
If you have an expected pattern in your head and see something that doesn't follow that pattern, you are much more likely to note it. But even if you have a general stratigraphic column for your area, it may be useful to make a stratigraphic column within your field area to get an idea of how these units vary. Some beds can deposit with thicknesses varying in hundreds of meters, and this can be quite informative about the environments of deposition or crustal movements.
Dasher Fernando says, do you think there's intelligent life out there in the universe outside of Earth? Dasher, I'm not quite so sure there's intelligent life on Earth. I don't know. I'm a paleontologist, not an astrobiologist. I'm not really the right person to ask, though. But I appreciate you asking the big questions, nonetheless. Let's get back to this. Yeah. If there is, I don't. I'm not going to talk about that because I don't want to sidetrack us. But I think it's kind of unlikely that there is intelligent life that will ever be discovered because the universe is so incredibly vast, and even if there is intelligent life, the tremendous distances, between potentially habitable planets are enough that I very much doubt we'll ever encounter anything like that. People forget how big the universe is.
So it is essential that we geologists know how to construct one of.
Yeah, actually, but Moo Hoodles, whom we raided into last night, that is the perfect channel to ask those questions. Thank you, Napalm Pop-Tart. Dasher Fernando, go follow Moo Hoodles if you're not yet doing that. Yeah, Good stuff. And Jim, holy cow. Jim says, sent text to the mustn't touch it figure. I appreciate that, Jim. Let me pull that up. Everybody, we are once again graced by the presence of Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland. Nice. Okay, let's open this in a new tab. Here we go. Good stuff. Oh man, Jim, this is great. So, 4 Deep Basin, Paradox Basin. Okay, so the mustn't touch it is going to be Upper Ruby Ranch. Mustn't touch it is this color right here. 100 to 98 million years ago? Am I reading that correctly? That's right here in the Upper Cretaceous. And that corresponds to... That's this right here, right? So interesting. It's exposed in different areas across Utah at varying thicknesses like this, according to like local depositional settings and probably like accommodational space in these different basins. So we don't seem to have it here. Yeah, it kind of pinches out right here. Because, Jim, we don't have mustn't touch it in Doling's Bowl, do we? Only in the 4 Deep Basin. Thank you, Jim. Yeah. Again, geology is so important to understand. If you want to know about what was going on in these different regions in the ancient past. It's not exposed at all in the east. Thank you, Jim. Yeah. I guess it just wasn't deposited there. Interesting. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Was this video called 75 Jacob Staff and Stratcombs? It probably was, Claire. It is. Yeah. Thank you, Claire. But this is good. This is good. I need to get better at reading some of these diagrams like this. But this is good stuff. Anyway, so this color that you see right here represents the mustn't touch it member of the Cedar Mountain Formation. I think that matches up with this. Yeah.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
And Basil, thank you for the 18 months of support. Appreciate you, Basil. That's almost a whole year. Thank you for keeping me online for that long. It means a lot. It really does. So this is the particular member of the Cedar Mountain Formation, that slice of time that our new dinosaur is from. Again, our new dinosaur is, there we go. Fauna herzogae. Oh, and there's a lovely illustration of this critter. Ah! So elegant. Gotta love those speedos, those small-bodied early diverging ornithischians, as Lindsay Zano and colleagues would call them. SBEDO. We've got good evidence we're burrowers. Pretty cool. I like that. Indicated in blue is Fauna herzogae, our new dinosaur from the mustn't touch it member, right here, of the Cedar Mountain Formation. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. And, Isolated says, what's the closest, youngest recorded fossil to when the asteroid hit the Earth? We've got foraminifera and stuff like that that go right up until the boundary. Thescelosaurus, actually. A younger relative of our new dinosaur. You know, our new dinosaur, Fauna herzogae. It's got a relative, Thescelosaurus, member of the same family, that was around when the asteroid hit, I think. I think Thescelosaurus is found going right up close to the boundary, the KPG. But, yeah. Here, let me find you a clip and I can show you some of the fossils that go right up to the boundary. They are, well, they're a little on the small side.
The Cretaceous-Tertiary boundary lies right in between
Cretaceous Paleogene now, but anyway, terminology's changed a little bit since this video was put up.
By this layer of clay.
What drew you to this boundary, Jan?
Well, Sean, we're looking here at the very topmost rocks of the Cretaceous. These rocks are literally packed with foraminifera. So we call this the Cretaceous, and these rocks here are the Tertiary.
We now call it the Paleogene. The term literally changed like within a year after this video was published.
The base of the Tertiary consists of a dark gray clay layer, and there the life has almost disappeared.
Yep.
And the KT boundary is just in between. I can point at it. It's right here where you see a contrast between the purple and the dark. It's an extremely sharp boundary.
And just across that thin little boundary, there's this huge change in what you see in the forams.
So forams are foraminifera. They are these tiny little organisms with these things that we call tests. So they've got these little calcareous shells, and they evolve really quickly. They change really quickly, and so they're great for spotting changes in environments because they're so numerous that you can see when they disappear, like something happens.
And why is that so stunning to you?
It's so stunning because there is no preceding evidence of anything happening there. So it doesn't matter if I take a piece here, a piece there, or just underneath what we call the KT boundary. The foraminifera will remain the same, so they don't change overnight. And then, bang, they're gone.
So what's that tell you?
That tells me the base of the food chain of the oceans disappeared. And everything which is dependent on it is totally zapped right at the boundary.
Yowza. Lays Fort says, y'all learning. We're trying to.
In Amsterdam,
it's good to have you here.
Change at the boundary becomes clearer when Smith takes a closer look at the evidence.
Yeah. Jim says planktonic algae took an even bigger hit, which makes sense, being photosynthetic. Holy cow. That's the very, very base of the food chain. You block out all the sun because maybe you've got, you know, asteroid-induced ash and dust and soot blocking out the sun. All the critters that rely on sunlight to survive, they die out. Yowza.
In his lab, he analyzes forams extracted from the limestone. Under the microscope, the rich diversity of fossilized shells from the Cretaceous snaps into focus.
And yeah, they are protists. Foraminifera, yes, indeed.
Some 4 dozen species appear below the boundary. But above it, there's a different world.
Everybody's small. Only the little guys survive.
Foraminifera from just below the boundary.
Yeah.
And these are from just above the boundary.
They're so much smaller.
Only a few species have survived into the Tertiary, and they're much smaller.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. So the question originally was, what are some of the fossils that are closest to the boundary there? Closest to when the asteroid hit? There are forams that are from, like, you know, probably close to the day of the impact. Like, geologically right up against it. And then most of them disappear. It's just a night and day difference like that. Again, this is why stratigraphy is so important. This is why this sort of thing is so vital to understand if you want to understand how life on Earth has changed. And El Chufi, hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. And Nas Nasir, thank you for the follow. Welcome to you too. El Chufi says, hi there. I am a Dutch ex-student. Finished my studies as a marine geologist. Very cool. Excellent. But at the end, I became something in IT, information technology. By the way, I worked with Jan Smit, who published about the KT boundary. Very cool, El Chufi. Very, very cool. Small world. Wow. So you worked with Jan here. What a wonderful place to live, by the way.
Amsterdam.
I've always wanted to visit the Netherlands. They seem like they have wonderful public transit, very walkable cities. People bicycle everywhere. It's my kind of place.
Change at the boundary becomes clearer when Smith takes a closer look at the evidence.
And so that's pretty awesome. El Chufi used to work with this geoscientist here, with Jan Smith. Very, very cool, El Chufi. Very cool. Small world. And Jim says probably only a few individuals survived to repopulate the oceans. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And Jim, this is what? So Jim Kirkland is one of the early proponents. Those of you who just waltzed in, Jim Kirkland is the state paleontologist for the state of Utah. He's here in the chat right now. I'll be working with him out in Utah next week, doing field work in the early Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation. But Jim was an early proponent of the impact hypothesis. The idea that this big rock from outer space caused the big extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous. And, Jim, it must have been satisfying, vindicating even, that other people have come around to this mode of thought. Like, you saw some of this evidence early on, and you were convinced pretty early on that something big happened at the end of the Cretaceous, like an impact. Let me grab a book. We'll talk about this. And Jim took... Was it Walter or Luis Alvarez? Took one of the Alvarez father-son team out to sample iridium in the Raton Basin. Very cool. Very cool. This book right here was published in 1994. Luis Cihoyos did a trip around the world talking to different paleontologists and photographing them. A wonderful book. Highly recommended. Really interesting stuff. And Jim shows up in this book. Right there, in fact. But at the end of the book, amidst all these wonderful stories and photographs, or rather after all these wonderful stories and photographs, oh shoot, this one's breaking too. I've had like 6 copies of this book, and they use bad glue or something, but they all break along the binding like that. They're not stitched, it's just glue, and it doesn't hold up. That's frustrating. Anyway, at the end there is an appendix. Extinction, the final chapter.
Glue is
what killed the dinosaurs? And so, different paleontologists were asked this question by the team that put together this book. And there are some paleontologists who say, like, oh, the idea of an extraterrestrial impact, a big space rock hitting the Earth, ridiculous. We just don't see that on the rock record. But Jim, his answer still holds up today. Jim says, there's no question the asteroid hit. I don't care what anybody says. And I believe they have the smoking gun in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. Although I personally believe there's multiple impacts. Interesting. I was working on the Brazos River when the first tidal wave impact from the meteor was recognized. We have records of a tidal wave over the entire Gulf Atlantic seaboard. The wave must have been 2 to 3 miles high before it hit the continental shelf, laying bare the Gulf at the time. It dates really well, too, and it ties to the marine extinction, when we lose 90% of all those calcareous phytoplankton of the world's oceans. Jim was saying this way back in the early 90s. Further work has borne that out. So, pretty cool. But yeah. Sometimes you just get it right first try. There you go, Rickdactylus. Yeah. And thank you, Dilly Dally. I got a haircut today, and a beard trim that went a little bit too far, but it'll grow back. But yeah. Anywho. Let's see. And that is very true, Rhacodactylus. There's nothing wrong at all with being a little wrong in science. Yeah, like, I don't know. Getting things wrong initially just means that you've got an opportunity to get them right in the future. Never let the thought of being temporarily incorrect keep you from doing science, you know? Keep you from collecting data, trying out new ideas, and that kind of thing. Yeah. SciTech says, a haircut definitely feels a lot better in the heat. That's why I got it. It's going to be hot out there in Utah next week. So, yeah. Anywho, Sweetie Pie, what are you up to? It's good to have you here. Here, we were talking about stratigraphy here. Let's get back to that real quick. Here we go.
These stratigraphic columns ourselves. During preliminary investigations, we try to identify a well-exposed and
Jim says, being right is pretty nice, however. I agree. Yeah. You would know, Jim. That's awesome.
Relatively undeformed sequence where we can easily traverse across the grain that is perpendicular to the bedding of the rock. This will help us when we get into the areas of poor exposure or more severe deformation. Now, if you're thinking you can measure bed thickness just by using the pace method we covered in episode 10, from one side of the formation to the other side, or just use...
Anyway, this is a really neat video. Yeah, here, let's get to where we actually talk about Jacob staffs and that kind of thing.
Jacob staff, which is basically a rod at or slightly above your eye height, often about 2 meters long, which...
About 2 meters long? No, it's supposed to be 1.5 meters. What does it mean about 2 meters long? 1.5 meters is standard for a Stratomaster, or Jacob staff, like most people call it. Yeah.
Has gradations along its edge, and often a holder for your compass or clinometer. That is your tilt meter, though some of the fancy new models have the clinometer already attached. These are always made out of non-ferrous materials, like wood or aluminum. Iron will mess with your compass. The Jacob staff is a measuring stick that you will place exactly perpendicular to the bedding so that you are always measuring true thickness. The first step, then, is to get the general structure.
That's not how I learned to do it. I learned that it's supposed to be absolutely level, like, according to the Earth's crust as it is now. Especially when you can't tell in which direction the bed is sloping. That's not how I learned how to do it.
Strike and dip of the beds you are measuring. And here you might think about the bed's dip and dip direction. You're going to lean the Jacob staff in the same direction as that bed's dip and dip direction, and at the same angle, as if your staff were a line coming perpendicular right out of the bed from below it. Traditionally, the sight on the Jacob staff is set 1.5 meters up the shaft. Looking along this sight perpendicular to the shaft, the point on Earth where your sight is leading you is exactly 1.5 meters of rock.
Sweetie Pie is suddenly very interested in geology. Aren't you? Let's see. Oh, what are those, Sweetie Pie? What are those? Wow. Look at that. My goodness. Wow, nice. Look, there's more. Look at all those theropods. Non-avian theropods, too. Will she get bored of this first, or will we? Let's see. she does love watching birds too, but she seems to really like this video. I showed this to her the other day. Oh, good stuff. Anyway, let's get back to our
thickness from the base of the staff where you stand. You can now take the time to describe in detail the rock in that 1.5 meter thickness.
There we go. This is how we take a section, as it is.
Then advance to the point you cited, placing the...
And a little Willow, thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate it. Here, let's go back to that, Sweetie Pie. You seem to be enjoying that.
In detail the rock in that 1.5 meter thickness and place it on your strat column. Then advance to the point you cited, placing the base of the staff exactly on the cited point or a point parallel to bedding from that point, and repeat. Avoid going parallel to bedding from a cited point if possible.
I wonder if Sweetie Pie would be interested in seeing herself, actually. Yeah, who's that? Who's that right there? Yeah, who's that? Who's that? Well, 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 Sweetie Pie. What do you think? Who's that? Who is that? Who is that? Wow. There you go, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Pretty trippy, right? Mind blown, I know, right? Oh. Alright, let's get back to our geology here.
That will cause error, and be careful of getting your tilt angle exact on the Jacob staff. A 3-degree error in tilt can result in large errors in bed thickness. This can be made worse by measuring down what are known as dip slopes, surfaces exactly parallel and almost certainly due to bedding. You have to cite a point very far away from you. The opposite case, where the slope is opposite the direction of dip of the beds, is the easiest to contend with. Here's our imaginary geologist, starting by placing the base of their staff at the base of their section, tilting the same direction and dip as the beds being measured, and citing, which you can see as a projection parallel to the bedding. And the point cited is up rock section, the same amount as the height of the site on the Jacob staff, 1.5 meters.
Get those rocks.
Here are some various combinations of rock dip and surface slope and how you would have to place your Jacob staff to get the proper thickness measurement. If you would like to make your own Jacob staff, a piece of wood measuring 2.5 by 5 by 200 centimeters, 1 by 2 by 75 inches, is often recommended. Make your measurement gradations across the wide edge, perpendicular across the rod. Centimeters or decimeter divisions are most common. Rubber bands can suffice to fix your compass, which has a clinometer, to the staff. Using the sight of your compass at 1.5 meters as your sight, and so making sure it is exactly positioned on the staff. With your Jacob staff ready and knowledge of its use, you begin to measure sections 1.5 meters at a time, and recording observations on your stratigraphy columns. Our notes page on iTunes.
But the whole point here is to basically explain what's going on in this diagram here. So what you're looking at are strat sections. Right here. So that whole process was done at each of these different sites where we've got these different specimens of our new dinosaur. the Last Chance Theropod site, Manolo site, Karmic, Mini Troll, and Magic Man. I guess these are all, you know, site names for where we've got these different specimens from. So the point in showing you this is that this is like detailed work. They really did this right here. Didn't they, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Yeah, Sweetie is really into geology here. It's just coming alive for her. You love to see it, folks. Geology is so interesting. So interesting, even a cat is enthralled. Pretty cool. And Lindsay runs a good program. Clearly, Jim. Yeah. This is impressive. Good stuff. Anywho. On to the rest of the paper here. Morphometrics. So what they're going to do is, like, really carefully look at detailed anatomy of these animals and actually try and quantify some of those morphological characters. So they were comparing the scapulae, the shoulder blades of these animals, of this new critter Fauna, with other early diverging ornithischians. Burp. Not what I was trying to do. Shoot. Anywho, this is so cool. So I presume, I can't really see because Sweetie Pie's in the way, but I think are these different specimens here? Like, with different colors? Or are they postcranial 3D reconstruction of select disarticulated elements from the Mini Troll locality? I would presume, like, first glance, just looking at this figure, that each of these different elements is from a different individual dinosaur. And they've kind of scaled them to be the same size, but all from the same species, presumably. Which matches what we would see with other dinosaurs like Eryctodromeus or Thescelosaurus. Pretty cool. But that's a decent portion of the skeleton that we've got there. Or maybe these are only elements that they did morphometrics on. What exactly is this? What does this mean? Postcranial 3D reconstruction of select disarticulated elements from the Mini Troll locality, so all from one particular site. Here we adopt an apomorphy-based framework for referrals. Specimens not preserved, preserving any tapomorphic features of Fauna herzogae refer to Thescelosaurinae indeterminate, only if they preserve traits we recognize herein as diagnostic for this taxon. Huh. Oh, nope, they've got skull, too. Oh, no, so I think what they're doing here is just trying to... I think they've just got different colors here to differentiate the different bones from one another. I don't think these are all from different individuals. What they've probably got is like a bone bed with all of these kind of mixed up. And so these bones are in different colors just to help differentiate them. So the femur is going to be a different color from the ilium. The scapula is going to be a different color than the humerus, just so you can more easily tell them apart from one another, so they don't all blend together. Because there's no way that they've got a skull of this animal with one bone from each individual animal or something. It's, yeah. Anyway, this is really cool, and it's so nice that they've got this much of a skull. It's so informative. Oh, man, this is a cool paper. Good stuff. Teaching half my Senstrat class in one stream. There you go, Eric. Yeah. Trying to. It's been a long time since Senstrat for me, but I'm trying to get some ideas across. Jim says, keep skimming? Oh, I will. Oh, man. This means they've got 3D data for all of this as well. I wonder if I could be so bold as to ask this team for these 3D models so I could print this. Because it would be so cool, you know, to have that skull up here on the wall for teaching purposes in the future. That would be really, really neat. They've got the files, I'm sure. It's just, are they willing to share them? Because that would be awesome to have. I would be most appreciative. And maybe online already. Well, Jim. Who knows? It could be in the supplemental data for this paper. We'll have to check the sub-info. Very cool. So yeah, here you've got the skull and various views, and each of the bones is very helpfully highlighted in a different color there. They've got some good stuff here. This is excellent. And I really appreciate that Sweetie Pie seems to be so interested too. And this looks like a quarry map. I can't really tell because there's a cat in the way. But yeah, this is a quarry map right here. You've got the metatarsals right there. You've got what looks like a tib and another tibia. That looks like a femur right here. Different skull bones. Very nice. Distribution of in situ bones. That's where the bones were found, like in position. From the mini troll locality. Very nice. And what's cool is that a lot of these are in articulation. So holy cow, you've got all three metatarsals right here together. These three metatarsals fell apart. And those seem to be right near where you've got femur and tibia. Fibula right there. Like, this is in partial articulation. Like, in partial life position. This animal may have just gotten squashed due to a burrow collapse or something like that. Very interesting. That's a meso bones? It is, Lordy, but there is method to the madness here. Some of these bones are in life position. At least, you know, to a certain extent. This might be an animal that just, you know, poor thing had its burrow collapse on it. And yeah, 3 tibs. That's interesting, Jim. There's multiple individuals in here. Yeah. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? What do you make of this this quarry map here? Pretty cool, right? Thank you, Lafita, for the follow. Appreciate you following. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Etymology, and this is going to be cool. So, where did that name come from? Bona. Fuatna? 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 Is that how you say it? I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Fuatna from the Austronesian language. Pino Shamaru. The ancestral Magahaga from the Shamoru people is Fuatna, whose name can be translated as the origin. Well, that's awesome. It's like one of the earliest thessaliosaurs. It's a good name for it. I like it. With her brother Pontan, whose name can be translated as a ripe coconut, they became the first paramount female and male chiefs, the ancestral Magalahi of the Chamorro people, ancestrally venerated according to Chamorro tradition. According to oral history and legend, when Pontan's spirit began to perish and die, Fuatna discovers her powers and uses them to craft parts of Pontan's body into pieces of the universe. His eyes were turned into the sun and moon, his eyebrows became the rainbows, his back the earth, his chest the sky, his blood the ocean, and from his stomach and penis the mountains, and the sacred creation point, a stone pillar, were born. That's fun. That's cool. Fuatna had such sorrow at the loss of her brother that her tears flowed down from his body to form the currents of the sea, and in reverence to her brother's dream, she decided to bring life to the universe, throwing herself into the earth where her body turned to stone. From her fossilized body sprang forth the first people at Fuha Rock, imbued with her good spirit. This ancestral story of the Chamorro people mirrors the life and death of the Thessaliosaurian dinosaurs at the Mini Troll locality. Interesting. As there are at least 2 subadult individuals that may have been male or female, or perhaps siblings. So it comes together. I like that. I like that. Yeah. Additionally, their bodies fell into the earth, where they too were fossilized. This naming, rooted in the story of Pontan's sacrifice and Futna's love for her brother, highlights the Chamorro values of... Magic noted, thank you for the follow. Highlights the Chamorro values of Inafamalek, to make good for all. Geftau, the need for compassion, selflessness, and familial bonds. The importance of the equality shared between women and men, and the ongoing efforts to decolonize paleontology. I love that. Very nice. And the species name, Herzogay, honors Lisa Herzog, discoverer of the mini troll locality, for unparalleled dedication to the paleontology program at the North Carolina Science Museum and the collection, care, and conservation of fossil specimens worldwide. I like that too. Very cool. Very cool. Neat stuff. What this makes me want to do is look up and see if there's been an interview with any members of the team, because I want to see how they pronounce this. Futna? Futna. Let's see if we can find that anywhere. Let's see. Not yet. Let's search Futna dinosaur. One day ago. Here we go. Why does this say it's already been viewed? I didn't watch this.
Things like that. And then even...
Scooch that back to the beginning.
Okay, great. Okay, so walk me through. This is fauna right here.
So Futna, this is one of our most exceptional sites to preserve a Futna specimen.
Look at that.
And here's
oh,
the
man.
3D printed skull. So the skull is one of the only parts of the body that isn't preserved.
Oh, I'd love to get my hands on those files. To print that up. That is beautiful. Look at that right there. Very nice.
Exceptional sites to preserve a Futna specimen. And here is the 3D printed skull. So the skull is one of the only parts of the body that isn't preserved because they're so delicate that they shatter like wine bottles. So what I did here with the skull is I found each of the individual bones, and I used an iPhone to 3D scan the bones in high resolution. And then I used a video game software to reconstruct the skull and ultimately 3D print it the way that it would have looked like in life. But
Pretty
then
cool.
as we move down the spinal column, you can see here's the neck. So these are parts of the neck bones. And when we get right here, these are the bones that supported the bicep muscles, right? So these are the humerus. And you can see that there's this
might be
really
lead author on the
bump
paper here.
right here that would have attached to the bicep muscle. So they had really strong arms, but really dinky hands. Here's the hand, and it was really, really tiny. Now, if we move down the body more at the chest, they had these chest plates right here at the front. So we're actually looking right now at the surface that was facing the bottom of the earth. And as we move down the body, you can see here's the lumbar or the lower spine bones. And here's the hip area. But the hip is kind of hidden. What we do see, though, is the leg starts right here. That's the tibia and the fibula, and those go down. And then there's its gigantic foot, which was kind of curled up close to its body, like a yoga position.
And Petrodactylus, I am guessing he probably meant Blender for the software. Yeah. Blender's kind of an all-purpose sort of software like that, but yeah.
And then you can see parts of the hip right here. This is called the ischium bone and the pubis bone. And they're really, really cool because the pubis is fused in the middle. So the bones actually attached to each other and became one solid bone.
That might be an adaptation. It's like a muscle anchor point for digging. Like having a, a strong kind of, I guess for lack of a better term, anchor point for all these muscles, like for bracing yourself as you're trying to move this sediment as a burrowing animal. Yeah, and lumbar, yeah. I mean, we just say dorsal as dinosaur paleontologists, as Ken would point out to you there. Dinosaurs don't have like a distinction between lumbar and thoracic vertebrae. In humans, we do have that. Mammals in general. Yeah, you've got your cervical, your thoracic, and your lumbar vertebrae. Cervical vertebrae are the ones in the neck. Thoracic vertebrae are the ones that the ribs attach to. Lumbar vertebrae are your lower back with no ribs. So there's a better illustration of that there. Cervical, thoracic, lumbar, and then sacral. And then your coccyx would be the caudal vertebrae. Dinosaurs don't have a distinction between their thoracic and their lumbar vertebrae. It's ribs all the way down until you get to the hips. I don't think there are any exceptions to that, but there might be. Every dinosaur I can think of off the top of my head has got, you've got vertebrae, or you've got ribs from your shoulder girdle all the way to your hips. There are no ribless lumbar vertebrae like we have in mammals. I'll show you what I mean. Let me grab my Triceratops skeleton here. Here we go. Space is going to be an issue here. Because even though this is a baby Triceratops, it's still somewhat large. There we go. That should work. Yeah. So you've got ribs all along the dorsal series until you get to the hips right here. There's no, like, lumbar section with no ribs. It's just ribs all the way down. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Anyway, I still haven't had the time to really finish this guy out and paint him. But, yeah. Life-size baby Triceratops skeleton. This skull is based on a specimen just down the road from me in Berkeley, California. The only real, like, baby Triceratops skull ever found is reposited right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's originally from Montana, but, yeah, the UCMP baby skull. Is it 154584? Is that the specimen number? I forget. And Hey Key says, hi, love the educational content of your stream. That's what we're all about here. Welcome, Hey Key. It's good to have you. But yeah, this critter's got very small little nubbins for horns. Because that's how it works with these guys. That's what we call ontogeny, you know? Lots of ontogenetic change in these critters.
Ontogeny. Ontogeny.
There you go.
Ontogeny.
Ontogeny. There you go. But yeah. Cast and fossil differently. Game over. Oh, the whole thing is, 3D printed. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah, so Ken was pointing out that in the video, one of the authors on the paper said lumbar. We call them lumbar vertebrae in people and in other mammals, but there's not really a distinction in dinosaurs. Rather than saying lumbar and thoracic vertebrae, for anything in the dorsal region, anything in the torso, we just say dorsal. Dorsal vertebrae.
And then you can see parts of the hip right here. This is called the ischium bone and the pubis bone. That's the tibia and the fibula, and those go down, and then there's its gigantic foot, which was kind of curled up close to its body, like a yoga position. And then you can see parts of the hip right here. This is called the ischium bone and the pubis bone. And they're really, really cool because the pubis is fused in the middle. So the bones actually attached to each other and became one solid bone. And then there's these really weird muscle attachment points, or there's these really weird bumpy areas, like on the ischium, that may have been extra attachment points. The bone does exist.
Thank you, XER6. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And good evening to you too, Helvetica Scenario. It's still afternoon where I am, but I hope you're having a good evening wherever you are.
Muscles.
So okay, you jumped ahead to my question, or my next question a second ago. How do we know this guy's a new species?
So I want you to imagine that it's Thanksgiving dinner, okay?
Okay. Just like we were talking about yesterday with the Thanksgiving video. But yeah. I wonder where he's going with this, the Thanksgiving dinner thing. But basically, we know that this is a new species because no dinosaurs of this kind have ever been named from this time or place. So it's going to be new. Plus, in the paper, they lay out a bunch of autapomorphies. So, like, unique features that only this dinosaur has that its closest relatives don't even have. But yeah, but turkeys are dinosaurs too, Paulo Leo. Absolutely. In fact, shoot, I came up with an infographic for this a number of years ago. There we go. Your turkey is a dinosaur. You can download this and print it yourself and share it with your friends and family or whatever. But this is a velociraptor skeleton and a turkey skeleton. So Velociraptor mongoliensis, Meleagris gallopavo. Turkey, velociraptor. Don't get them mixed up. That's could be a fatal mistake. But they've got a whole bunch of different skeletal similarities, and Velociraptor even had feathers in life. You know, would have looked something like this, or maybe like that when alive. A project I need to finish this fall actually is I'm making a life-sized feathered Velociraptor puppet that I can use for outreach events, and also use here on stream. If I do end up going to TwitchCon this year, I'll be bringing it to TwitchCon also. But anyway, Velociraptor, cool feathered dinosaur. A lot of dinosaurs were extraordinarily bird-like, and that makes a lot of sense because birds evolved from dinosaurs. There's Velociraptor right there, and there's modern birds on a, like, simplified dinosaur family tree right here. T-Rex, Spinosaurus, Velociraptor, and a magpie. Velociraptors are pretty close to the origin of birds. Dromaeosaurids, the raptorist of raptor dinosaurs, pretty close to the origin of birds. Troodontids may be closer. Still trying to figure some of that stuff out. And I'm sure Jim Kirkland can tell you a bit more about that this summer. Yeah, Jim says Troodontids are probably closer, yeah. Yeah, which I like that they, I'm not sure if that's supposed to be a Troodontid or Archaeopteryx here. But little dinosaurs like, Anchiornis. There's apparently some dispute, there's some new controversy as to whether or not this little Troodontid dinosaur is a Troodontid or might be one of the earliest birds, Anchiornis. I guess the point that I'm getting across here is that there are some dinosaurs that are so bird-like that we're not really sure if they're just extremely bird-like dinosaurs or if they're actually birds.
Tradoon.
That distinction gets really fuzzy with critters like Anchiornis and Troodontids, and anyway, Velociraptor's pretty close to them too. But that being said, our new dinosaur, Photoni here, is basically like here on the family tree or over here. It's on the opposite side from birds. It's not, as far as dinosaurs go, it's not super closely related to birds. So I wonder what point researchers gonna make it. Hang on a second. GM Rogue? Well. Speaking of birds being dinosaurs, pretty awesome. Thank you for the raid, GM Rogue. How was your stream? I hope it was wonderful. Welcome to Paleontologizing. He's still going. Look at that.
GM Rock is bringing the beat along with their 197 raiders.
GM Rogue, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm enjoying my last week of air conditioning and sleeping in a proper bed before I go back out to the field. I'm going to be out digging dinosaurs in Utah by this time next week. And I'm going to be streaming it, too. So, if anybody's interested in that, feel free to drop a follow. Like you just did, Soraya. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And, GM Rogue, been sewing a lampshade. Very, very cool. Well, it seems like you might be a Polish language streamer. I'm afraid I don't speak any Polish, but, hang on just a moment here. And let's try this.
Witamy na kanale, najeźdźcy. To wspaniale, że tu jesteś.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Good stuff. And so we're discussing a brand new dinosaur that was just published yesterday. Hotna Herzoge from Utah. Very cool little burrowing dinosaur. All signs seem to indicate that this animal was partly fossorial, may have been a burrowing critter. So we'll get back into this in a minute, but first, I think we might play a quick little welcome video for the new folks. Soraya says, that's so nice, thank you. Appreciate that. And Convergent Bipedal Dinos, yeah. Paleo Jim, we've got... Oh, maybe that's what the guy in the video is going to say, one of the paper's authors. We'll get back to that in a minute. The convergence and bipedality. Or is it really convergence if that's the basal trait for all of Dinosauria? Anyway, before we get into that, I think it's a good idea to introduce some of the new folks to the channel with a quick welcome video. So without further ado, hang on, goodness. He's very eager. Previously recorded Danny is stalking up behind me right now. And he's really eager to tell you a little bit about this channel, to tell you who I am, how a paleontologist arrived on Twitch in the first place, and what this whole channel's all about. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and bring him on. So thank you again very much, GM Roke, for the raid. Really appreciate that. And previously recorded, Danny, it's your time to shine. Take it away. Well, thanks, present day, Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, Kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
And they
movies.
said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives, to help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his herd a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. glad that you're here. I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Thank you very much, previously recorded Danny.
With 6-inch daggers for teeth.
And Wilska von Pies, thank you for the follow. Thank you, GM Roke, for that humongous raid, and thank you, Talfuan, for the raid too. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
What are dinosaurs?
Mikal0926, thank you for the follow also. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Hey Key says, wow, this intro video is full of adventure. Thanks for sharing. Hello. Thank you for your kind words.
It's the dinosaur man.
Okay.
Okay. Lucid Dream 3 months. Thank you,
Serious
thank
game
you.
of paleontology.
And Lelam Bolilam XD, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Good stuff. Yeah. We are,
Around the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
There used to be anyway.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
Zook1224, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. There's 5 people in the chat
1224 just gifted.
who won't have to watch a single ad on this channel until I'm almost back from the field. Holy cow. Again, I'm going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs in less than a week now. 1 week from today, we're going to be streaming live from the field with any luck. I am pretty excited about that. So how many days is it until we're going to be out there? Let's take a look. 6 days. And Bahuki OG, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, we are going to be digging dinosaurs in the Cedar Mountain Formation of eastern Utah. It's going to be very hot out there. Here's current temperature. So I'm glad I got a haircut today. But it's going to be a lot of fun. And obviously I'll be streaming it. You can ask questions, you can follow along as we dig up what really seems to be a new species of iguanodontian dinosaur. So from the same family as Iguanodon, right here, but from much earlier in time. From close to 140 million years old. 140 million years ago, the very beginning of the Cretaceous period. Now from a little bit after that is this new dinosaur that we're discussing today. We're looking through the scientific paper for this guy, and we're about to jump back into a video describing it. And then after that, on today's stream, we'll be looking at another brand new dinosaur just published today from the Isle of Wight in the United Kingdom. Comptonatus, a new iguanodontian. Just like the new iguanodontian we'll be digging up in 1 week's time. Exciting stuff. So yeah. And Polyolio, necklace here has everything to do with dinosaur paleontology. There's a sample of the Z coal in there from when the asteroid hit Earth 66 million years ago. But yeah. And from Compton Bay. Oh! So it's not named for Compton, California. I'm sure Compton, California is probably named for Compton Bay in the UK. But very cool, Paleo Jim. Very cool. We'll be looking at that in a little while. But first, let's get back to this. Let's maybe start this little video over. Here's an interview with, I presume, the lead author of the paper. Yeah. Let's see. What's his name again? Haviv Avrahami. I am presuming that's the fellow here. Let's take a look.
Okay, great. Okay, so walk me through. This is fauna right here.
Straight out of Compton Bay. There you go, Pizza Steve. Yeah.
So Photna, this is one of our most exceptional sites to preserve a Photna specimen. And here is the 3D printed skull. So the skull is one of the only parts of the body that isn't preserved because they're so delicate that they shatter like wine bottles.
Yeah.
So what I did here with the skull is I found
Here's a
each of the
step-by-step
individual
guide
bones.
to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Nam Aqualand, thank you for the 14 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 14 months. That's phenomenal. Thank you for that. Holy cow.
And I used an iPhone to 3D scan the bones in high resolution. And then I used a video game software to reconstruct the skull and ultimately 3D print it the way that it would have looked like in life. But then as we move down the spinal column, you can see here's the neck. So these are parts of the neck bones. And when we get right here, these are the bones that supported the bicep muscles, right? So these are the humerus. And you can see that there's this really gigantic bump right here that would have attached to the bicep muscle. So they had really strong arms, but really dinky hands. Here's the hand, and it was really, really tiny.
That is
now,
small,
if we
my
move
goodness.
down the body more.
And so, again, the dinosaur that we're talking about, Photna herzog, it looks something like this. Little beaky, two-legged, plant-eating dinosaur. And that's a lovely representation of it, like right there. I like that a lot. Really cool little guy.
At the chest, they had these chest plates right here at the front. So we're actually looking right now at the surface that was facing the bottom of the earth. And as we move down the body, you can see here's the lumbar or the lower spine bones. And here's the hip area. But the hip is kind of hidden. What we do see, though, is the leg starts right here. That's the
I do a lot of photogrammetry myself, too.
And
It's
those
cool
go
stuff.
down, and then there's its gigantic foot, which was kind of curled up close to its body, like a yoga position.
So what seems to be is, like, the impression that I get here, not having read the paper all the way through, but knowing that fossorial habits have been hypothesized for this animal, this could be a burrow collapse. That could be why it's in articulation and why, like, the feet are kind of scrunched up underneath the body, is that the burrow that this animal was in collapsed upon it and preserved it in articulation in 3D like that. Salamander wants to know, are Thesalosaurs speedos small-bodied early diverging ornithischians? Yes. They would fall under that kind of grab bag term. Yeah.
And then you can see parts of the hip right here. This is called the ischium bone and the pubis bone. And they're really, really cool because the pubis is fused in the middle. So the bones actually attached to each other and became one solid bone. And then there's these really weird muscle attachment points, or there's these really weird bumpy areas, like on the ischium, that may have been extra attachment points for strong muscles.
So, okay, you jumped ahead to my question, or my next question a second ago. How do we know this guy's a new species?
So I want you to imagine that it's Thanksgiving dinner, okay? And in one hand, you have a chicken leg. In the other hand, you have a turkey leg. And after you're done eating the meat, you hold them up to yourself, and you'll look at them, and you'll be able to notice that there's a number of differences, both in the size and in the shape of the bones, and also certain features. And that's essentially what I did with Photna. I looked at all of its bones, and I collected data on every single bone. And then I traveled across the United States and other areas of the world to look at its most closely related specimen. And lo and behold, I was able to see that Photna had a lot of features that were brand new and unique to just Photna.
Yeah. Very cool. We call those the tapomorphies. Are like unique characteristics that are like brand new to this particular critter.
Do we have a sense of what role it would have played?
And Sunflower Snoopy, you should totally go visit these fossils. Go to the North Carolina Science Museum. They've got some amazing stuff going on there. That program is really thriving. With Lindsay Zano at the helm, they've been able to do some amazing stuff, get a bunch of money to be able to do some really important field work and research, and you can watch fossil prep occur right now. They've got the dueling dinosaurs, for crying out loud. They not scrounged together. They somehow came into possession of $9 million to purchase this ridiculously expensive dinosaur specimens from Montana. you hate to see that much money spent on a dinosaur to like prop up, you know, the commercial side of things. But it's excellent that those are in a proper museum and they'll actually be held in the public trust and properly studied and published on. So it is it's a fortunate ending to that story for sure. You can go see it there in North Carolina. That's my point.
Played in its environment?
Yeah.
It's a really good question. What role did Photona play in its environment? Well,
and might be a silly question, but do you guys worry about the oils on your hands messing with the fossils? Valerian Hunter, that's not a silly question. Excellent question. When we're in the field, we do worry about that. There's a lot of different things that can mess up fossils, especially when they're first exposed in the field. You know, these things have been buried for tens of millions of years, and if they're, unless they're extraordinarily well preserved and really, really hardy, then usually we immediately apply glue to them after finding them. They're exposed to the, you know, the outside air. We want to get glue on them as fast as possible to help preserve them. So we use various polyvinyl acetate glues, things like Vinac or Bootvar or B72 or acryloid. Because yeah, these things can be incredibly delicate. And maybe the oils on your hands can damage them, but once you get that glue on there, that is a way to preserve them and, you know, prevent stuff like the oil from your fingers really damaging them, I guess. Does that make sense?
Glue is cheap.
Yeah, glue is cheap. It's true, Clever. Yeah. Why glue over other things? The glue that we used, the polyvinyl acetate glue, is fully reversible. Which, here, let me show you. Yeah. So, Vinac, PVA, Fossil Shack, polyvinyl acetate. So, what this is these little plastic beads like this. I showed some of you this summer, but I don't have a clip at the ready. You'll see plenty of this starting next week. There's these little plastic beads that are this kind of plastic glue. In order to turn them into glue that we can use on fossils, we dissolve them in acetone. So you take handfuls of this and you put it into a container and you add acetone. Acetone is like nail polish remover. And you shake it all up, and then the plastic dissolves in the acetone and it forms this liquid glue. And then you can apply that to fossils. You just kind of like use an eyedropper or a mustard bottle or something like that to apply it over the top. And then the acetone, because it's very thin, it takes that plastic compound and it pulls it down into the interior of the bone, and then the acetone evaporates away, and it leaves the plastic inside to consolidate the fossil. It's strengthening it from the inside out. And after a lot of trial and error and experimentation, this is the method that we've really hit upon in order to be able to preserve these fossils. But the coolest thing about it is that it's reversible. So when the plastic is in there, if you want to get rid of that later on, all you do is apply more acetone to it. And that redissolves the plastic. And you can undo whatever you've done before if you need to. That's like a key principle in preserving fossils in a laboratory setting or a collection setting. You want any change that you make to be reversible. And Stezix, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, can we apply this to humans? I bet you that similar glues are used by archaeologists on human artifacts or human remains. But I don't know that for certain. I bet you they use something very similar. Why wouldn't they? You know, it would make a lot of sense. Yeah. That's the reason paleontologists don't have painted nails in the field. I guess, yeah, the Vinac would partly undo that. But yeah. And Dilly Dally, I've never stumbled on any human remains on a dig. No, you would have to call a coroner or something, or like call law enforcement. Thankfully, that's never happened to me. I have found human artifacts, old beer bottles, beer cans, I found an old rusty iron trap, like a fur trapper's trap, from back in the Wild West days, I guess, out in Montana. I found some big, like, 50 caliber slugs. So from like a... This is also out in the same area in Montana. Might have been the same day that I found that trap. But, yeah. Presumably from, like a P-47 Thunderbolt during World War II. I guess they had a U.S. Army Air Corps base nearby. And I was told by several ranchers who are still salty about this to this day that those like hotshot pilots used to use the local ranchers' cows as target practice when they'd be doing training missions and stuff over the Montana prairie. Yeah. Oh, and the Barnum Brown bucket, game over. Yeah, we found that too. Here, let me, I believe we've got that here on stream. That should be in one of our recordings from this past summer. Let's find that. I think it's this one.
Cans and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. This is where I'm talking about that.
You good at rotting? Well, but the age the Bill dinosaur bone. He was working here in the 30s. There was a famous dinosaur paleontologist who dug in this area back in the 1930s. Maybe you've heard of him, Barnum Brown, discoverer of Tyrannosaurus. He was working here in the 30s.
We're still working on confirming that,
Dinosaurus. One of the dinosaurs he didn't manage to get out of the ground. And I'll show you why we think that in a few minutes. But how you doing, everybody? And again, apologies for the wind. It can't be helped. It is Wyoming, after all. And there's a lot of wind here. But yeah. Pretty cool, says Sugarlini. Thank you. It's great to have you here.
There you go, Jim. Yeah,
why don't we go over the site and I'll show you around. There's maybe not as much to see as there was yesterday at the other duckbill site, but this will be a nice stream for some Q&A and just kind of general fieldwork vibes and general fieldwork wind. Again, hopefully
very
it's
windy.
Not too obtrusive. But let's go take a look. This is nice. Different site than yesterday. I'm on the Cool Kids crew today. Yeah, we got Luke right here.
How's it going, everybody?
Yeah.
And there's the bucket. Speaking of artifacts.
And we got Spencer over here.
Howdy. Yeah. With the dust and wind goggles, I'm gonna try not to kick up dust in your guys' faces.
But they've got the dust and wind goggles just in case. Mine are over there. I was wearing them earlier when I was expanding the trench. Here's your trench, Ken. Yeah.
So Ken was digging this the day before he had to leave.
Yeah. And this is indeed an old dig site. Okay, to play, welcome. This is why we know that. We've got some archaeology mixed with our paleontology today. Yeah, Luke is working on this old rusty bucket. Which, it looks about rusty enough to be from 1937.
Sure does.
So, yeah, we think this is probably left here by Barnum Brown's crew when they were digging here in the 30s. He dug up a number of different dinosaurs here, none of which were ever published on, none of which were ever described. So this is a duck-billed dinosaur, and I'll show you in a minute how we can tell that. But right now, this is really cool. Barnum Brown is kind of a legendary figure in dinosaur paleontology. He discovered Tyrannosaurus rex and a number of other dinosaurs. He went by the nickname Mr. Bones in the media, or Dr. Bones sometimes. But he worked at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, and he's kind of world famous. He's one of the first like superstar paleontologists. He got a gig with Sinclair Oil at one point. They sponsored his fieldwork out
thank
here.
you. Appreciate that.
He used to do
Welcome.
radio broadcasts, and that's something I want to learn more about. Sorry, my phone strap is getting a little loose. Hang on, everybody. Stand by. Live broadcast. Live SciComm, live science communication from this same area back in 1937. So here we are, the better part of a century later, doing the same thing and digging at some of his sites.
Anywho.
The buck. Technically, same kind of trabeculum.
Here we go.
Got this chunk of sandstone with all this like iron concretion on it. And there is duckbill dinosaur bone. You might recognize.
Yeah, look at that bone texture. Interior bone texture.
The other hadrosaur site. Here it is here. So, bone right there on the surface. We've got more bone right here.
Let's protect our fossils because
thank you, Sunflower
if they're
Snoopy.
removed, America loses them forever.
I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Taking it back to camp.
And thank you, SB, for the 12 months of support.
Can't believe it's been a
Really
year
appreciate
since I
that.
randomly clicked on this channel in my Twitch recommendations.
SB.
Always enjoy the stream. I've learned so much about paleoscience and dinosaurs.
I appreciate the kind words, SB, and I appreciate your ongoing support. That means a great deal to me. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. And I'm, looking forward to continuing to provide good information and maybe even a little bit of inspiration as we continue to go over fossil news and interview other paleontologists and do more live streams from the field like we'll be doing next week. Thank you, SB, for making all that possible with your support. Appreciate you. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to this. So we're talking about our new dinosaur here, our new thesalosaur, Photna herzogae. Let's continue this little
just
video.
Photna.
Yeah. Do we have a sense of what role it would have played in its...
Lady Fiend says, I'm glad I heard about Jim doing the lectures at Clark Planetarium. I registered to go tomorrow. That's awesome, Lady Fiend. I wish I could go. I hope you enjoy. That's awesome. Say hello to Jim for me, Lady Fiend. That's really cool.
Environment?
That's a really good question. What role did Photna play in its environment? Well, the time period that it came from spanned the gambit of the food chain from the top to the bottom. So there were animals that occupied every habitat from the sky to animals that swam in the ocean, ran through the bushes, stomped around on the ground. And now we know with the addition of Photna that there were animals that sheltered underneath the earth. And so because this environment was really wet and it had lots of rivers and lots of animals that came and scavenged up bones when they died, usually when we find dinosaurs here, we only find a few bones. Sometimes we can name a dinosaur off of only a single bone. Photna is different in that it is so exceptionally preserved, and all the bones are together and in their original life position.
In articulation.
And this is probably due to the fact that it was doing the hard work for us by burying itself underground, and therefore it wouldn't have been able to be scavenged, and the bones wouldn't have rotted away on the surface.
Yeah. So that's a really important point. Here. If you want to become a fossil, if any of you in the chat have hopes of becoming a fossil, here's a step-by-step guide on how to do that, which is relevant to our discussion here. Check it out.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Yeah.
Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast.
Yeah.
If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
Mm-hmm. So if, well, you do, die in or near a river or lake or something like that where sediment can be deposited over you, then that's great.
The best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean where water can deposit sediment over you.
Or you can bury yourself prior to death if you're a burrowing animal. Like Photna, like our brand new thesalosaur dinosaur. Like the researcher said right here, this critter did the hard part for us.
The fact that it was doing the hard work for us by burying itself underground, and therefore it wouldn't have been able to be scavenged, and the bones wouldn't have rotted away on the surface.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Step 3, soak in groundwater
Thank you for the
for
hydrate,
a long time.
Appreciate that.
Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton, or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil. Step 4. Wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
Pretty cool. Yeah. So, by burying yourself, like this dinosaur seems to have done, this new critter here got every indication that it was a burrowing animal. By burying yourself, you're that much more likely to be fossilized. Which is interesting. That's one of the things they talked about in the press release. Stoic Nomad, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. One of the things they talked about in the press release is that it's pretty rare to find small-bodied dinosaurs in this particular geological unit. Like, in the Must and Touch It, there's not a lot of small critters. Like, there seems to be a size bias toward larger dinosaurs. And yet you've got these guys that are fairly common. It might be because they're already doing the hard work of burying themselves prior to death. So they're preserved more often. It's interesting stuff. Yeah. And there you go, Weezay. An astronomy show. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And El Chufi, geology student in the 80s. From Flat Holland to fieldwork studying the Rocky Mountains in the Spanish province of Teruel. Very cool, El Chufi. For today, Dinopolis. Yeah, are there dinosaur sites there in Teruel? That sounds familiar. El Chufi, very cool. Yeah. Anyway, back to our video here with again, I believe this is probably Haviv M. Avrahami, lead author on this paper. I think that's him right there.
So the other specimens we found, have they all been like this? Essentially all articulated, they're all together just waiting to be discovered?
Cool, awkward cipher.
This
I thought that
specimen
sounded
afloat now, which is the holotype, which is the benchmark for how we pin the tag on what
Afro
defines
Bandit Girl,
this
it's a little
species.
dark.
This is the one that shows the best preservation. The other locations, some of the bones are scattered around, and some of the bones still have semi-articulation, like the foot is intact, or some of the bones are right next to each other, and then some of the smaller bones sometimes will get scattered and mixed around, especially if they're delicate bones.
Yeah, gotcha. And speaking of delicate bones, coming back here to the skull, you talked about that process of scanning everything in with your phone, using that video game software.
You're good, Afro Bandit Girl. No worries. It's good to have you here.
Something that came to you off the top of your head, or is that a method that other paleontologists are using to try to recreate fossils like this?
3D scanning is a new technology in
and this is kind of funny because, shoot, as somebody who does live broadcasts 5 days a week or more during the field season, I feel for this guy. He's lead author on the paper. You know, he led this research and everything. Did a fantastic job of it. Fantastic paper. I feel really blessed in the sense that I've not had any formal media training, but, you know, me blabbing on and on and on for hours every weekday, I feel like has trained me pretty well to speak off the cuff here. You can tell that he's rehearsed some of these lines, and he's doing a great job, but it takes a second after the question for that to really kick into gear for him. Again, he's doing a great job. Most scientists aren't great on camera. He's doing a great job. I feel weird in the sense that I'm probably much better at this kind of thing than I have any right to be, given that I do this full time. He got his media training the same day he chose that undergrad. There you go, Paleo. Yeah. No, he's doing a great job. This is awesome. And it's so cool that this video exists. Like, what a great piece of outreach here.
A method that other paleontologists are using to try to recreate fossils like this.
3D scanning is a new technology in paleontology. It's really only become popular within the last 10, 20 years. But most of the time we utilize things like a CT scanner or X-ray scanner, which doesn't always have the resolution to pick up fine details.
Kabuki says, we're all a little goofy and awkward. Yeah, me especially, for sure. He's doing a great job.
And a lot of the commercial 3D scanners like that people use for engineering and stuff sometimes also don't have the resolution, and they also don't have an affordable price tag. Everybody has an iPhone. And the
He is good at Woslab. Yeah, absolutely.
Extremely powerful at capturing photographs with multiple layers of information. And so by leveraging a number of 3D scanning applications with the iPhone, you're able to capture extremely high detail of each individual element.
Yeah, and shoot, speaking of iPhones, I'm not an Apple guy myself. I've never had an iPhone. But shoot, that LiDAR feature that they have kind of makes me want to get a new phone. I wonder if they'll make that in like a Google Pixel in the future, because holy cow, some of those scanning apps that they have are phenomenal. And we used those in the field this past summer. I wish I had like video of that, but I don't. Other members of the crew were able to scan the entire quarry and just get a beautiful 3D model, super high detail. It's like a combination of photogrammetry and like a LiDAR scan. And you can get good data out of that kind of thing. I wish my phone could do that. I can only do photogrammetry with my Google Pixel. And I just got a new phone next year. I gotta wait like another 4 years before I get a new one. Before I can justify that to myself. I'm a little jealous. But yeah, this is super cool. Anyway, Uwo's Lab, it's wonderful to have you here. How have you been doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. I hope things are good. I hope your science outreach has been going well, too. It's good to see you.
And so by leveraging a number of 3D scanning applications with the iPhone,
it's going well.
You're able to...
I'm excited to be back out in the field in 1 week. I'll be out there digging again this time next week. Can't wait.
Capture extremely high detail of each individual element. And this is something that I actually presented on last year at a conference, because it is a new technique that a lot of paleontologists are trying to use, but there's not a lot of good information out there on how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the results speak for themselves.
I've seen all the field work. Thanks, Uwo. Appreciate
looking at the teeth, you know,
it's been a lot of fun.
They look like an iguana's teeth, right? I mean, probably munching on plants somewhere out of that.
Thanks, astronomy.
Well, that's a great question. What did Photna eat?
Yeah.
Well, the teeth tell a story because we don't have its stomach. The soft tissue of these animals, they don't preserve. We only have the hard bones. So we don't have the stomach, but the teeth tell us a story about what it ate. And if we look at the teeth in the back of the mouth of Photna, we can see that they were really specialized for chewing up plant material.
Kazanku, this is one of those new dinosaurs.
And that if we go to the front of the mouth, right, we see that there were about 10 really sharp, really pointed teeth. And some of them were even serrated, like a steak knife. And so we don't yet know what exactly it was using these front teeth for, but I have a strong hunch that it was probably hunting small critters like fish or small mammals or big bugs. But we just don't know yet.
What's really, really cool is that as an ornithischian dinosaur, that's very unexpected. That you'd have like these sharp teeth at the front of the mouth. That's been reported in pachycephalosaurs before. There we go. Yeah. Oh, first off, what I should say is... ornithischian dinosaurs, the so-called bird-hipped dinosaurs, are traditionally thought of as all being herbivorous. Like one whole half of the dinosaur family tree, all of them were plant eaters. That's the basic idea. All of these dinosaurs have got a predentary bone, so like a beak bone on the lower jaw. They're all thought to be herbivores. But a few years back, there was a Pachycephalosaur specimen with some teeth that were triangular, blade-like, looked more like those seen in carnivores, such as Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor. We don't know if these were just from a particular ontogenetic stage, or if they were, present throughout the animal's entire life. But yeah, it's weird that in a plant-eating animal like this Pachycephalosaurus, there'd be these weird teeth like that. And then this is a very well-written article by John Pickrell for National Geographic. I'm not sure why he chose to interview this jabroni at the end here. Who's this guy? Anywho, there's a link to that if you want to read about it. But so yeah, we've got another potential partly carnivorous ornithischian. So interesting. Like, starting to turn up some of these guys on this part of the dinosaur family tree that we used to think that all of these guys were herbivores. Turns out that some of them may have been omnivorous. Maybe they did eat meat. Pretty wild.
Was using these front teeth for, but I have a strong hunch that it was probably hunting small critters like fish or small mammals or big bugs. But we just don't know yet. What is really cool, though, is that we think we've actually found some of Photona's poop inside of the burrow. And so this would be a really cool direction to go in the future to kind of investigate
very cool.
more about what its diet was like.
So potential coprolites there in the burrow. If they're living in there, more or less, full-time, part-time, pooping in there is not out of the question. If the animals are defecating there in their burrows and you find fossil feces, coprolites there in the burrow, it's a good shot it comes from these critters. It can actually tell us what they were eating. More so than just the teeth or the general morphology of the skull or anything. If you want detailed information about the diet of these animals, looking at their droppings is the way to do it. And that's super exciting that's a possibility for this critter.
I think in the release it mentioned that y'all thought Photona might have been completely covered over with feathers or proto-feathers.
That's right. Like I said before, we don't have the soft tissue preserved. We only have the hard bones. So things like hair and the soft organs, they don't preserve. But sometimes they do. Not in Photona, but in some of its closest relatives, in amazing specimens, you can see all the filaments, you can see them covered in feathers. So we know that by bracketing Photona within this family of dinosaurs, it most likely also was covered in a beautiful coat of vibrant feathers.
So I think what he's alluding to here is probably Culindrodromeus, who is another kind of basal ornithischian dinosaur, described in like 2014, I want to say. Had feathers too. So it's another one of these beaky, plant-eating, two-legged, fast-running dinosaurs. We've got preserved feather filaments. We know these guys had feathers. Very rarely do you have the correct conditions for exquisite preservation where you might get feathers. But this guy has it. And it's probably fairly close to our new Thessalosaur on the family tree. It might even show up in some of the same cladograms, and it's got fossil feathers. So maybe our new critter had feathers too. I think that's what the author was saying.
Just for you, I mean, did you discover this particular specimen?
This one, there's been a lot of different sites that have been found of Photona.
Yeah. And frayed scales.
Lisa found the other one, which is where the majority of the bones of the skull has come from. I think Lindsay discovered this locality, and then we've also been working with the Chicago Field Museum, and they found some other sites that we have been using, that we included in our paper.
Gotcha. Okay, so I mean, just for you personally, though, this is an animal that you have spent a lot of time with. You look down at this skeleton, I mean, what goes through your mind? What do you think when you see this?
It's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get here, sometimes literally, because it takes a lot of work to get them out of the ground. But I am just so delighted that we can finally present this amazing specimen, this world-class specimen, to the public and to the scientific community. I'm so excited for the future of what is going to happen with this animal and my research. There's lots of cool avenues. The next step for me is to publish the complete cranial paper where I'm utilizing that iPhone to scan all the specimens. I'm also doing an interesting study on their growth because we
some histology.
Like counting tree rings.
Oh yeah.
We can cut the bones and then count up the lines that they had every year.
Music to my
So we
ears.
can kind of get an idea of how fast they grew and at what stage were the babies at and things like that. And then even more long term, the big picture I'm focused on is Photona is part of a group of dinosaurs that we know almost nothing about. It is almost like one of the biggest black holes of knowledge in paleontology. And it is the family tree of these early animals, right? Because this is a plant eater, and it preserves a very primitive body plan. We're very familiar with a lot of the charismatic dinosaurs like Triceratops, or the crested hadrosaurs, or stegosaurs, and things like that, and armored ankylosaurs. But all these popular plant-eating dinosaurs, they all evolved from animals that look just like Photona. And so trying to figure out how they're all related to is foundational to our ability to carry out other investigations of the evolution of animals and dinosaurs throughout the Mesozoic. And so that's what I'm looking forward to next, is I'm going to be traveling around the world to do more of that comparative work and to capture 3D scans of all these animals, and then we'll put them into really advanced mathematical formulas that basically act like a Harry Potter sorting hat and will give us an idea of the real family tree.
I've never heard it put that way before. Talking about cladistics like a Harry Potter sorting hat, but yeah, it's just as magical too. I've never met this guy. No. This has got to be the lead author of the paper, Haviv Avrahami. He's doing a great job. I really like that he was talking about kind of the basal condition for dinosaurs too. Because when we're talking about dinosaurs, dinosaurs are a proper group of organisms. They are a proper evolutionary clade, because as near as we can tell, they all evolved from a single common ancestor. They all evolved from this one ancestral dinosaur about 235, maybe 240 million years ago, give or take a few, something like that. And the earliest dinosaurs that we have basically look like this guy. They're small, two-legged, fast-running little dinosaurs like that. All of the other dinosaurs evolved from something that looked like this. And Miss Capri Kel, thank you for those 10 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And look at this wonderful Tinamou bird celebrating your generosity here. Getting very excited. Oh, shoot.
Miss Caprikel is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Miss Capri, for those 10 gift subs. Don't worry about that bird, too. He'll be fine. But thank you, Miss Capri. Holy cow. Very generous of you. There's 10 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. They will get an ad-free viewing experience while we're out in the field starting next week. Plus, they'll get all those emotes and all that other good stuff. Thank you, Miss Capri. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah. That is a more extreme reaction than the fainting goats. It's true, X, man. Yeah. Anyway, where were we? Yeah. So the dinosaur, the ancestral dinosaur, had a body plan that was very similar to this. And then all of your dinosaurs, from your big four-legged sauropods to your big four-legged horned and frilled ceratopsids to whoever else, they all evolved from a critter like this. So this is like the starting point for all dinosaurs. And our new critter, Photona, its body plan's not that different. It is primarily a plant eater, we think. But it's not changed that much from that, like, ancestral body plan, which is really interesting. And yet it exists in the beginning of the Upper Cretaceous period, I guess. So it's like held on to the same basic body plan for like 100 million years, or more. I guess like 140 million years. Holy cow! It's held on to the same body plan. So something about this it's really interesting. You know, why was this such a successful body plan? For one thing, I guess it's compatible with stuff like burrowing, which is pretty neat to think about. There's very few animals today that have got this kind of basic body plan. Basically nothing alive today has got a body plan like this. With a long tail, big flightless birds run on 2 legs, but they don't have a long bony tail like this. They don't have forelimbs that they can use for digging. This is a body plan that kind of went extinct with the dinosaurs. And it's probably much more versatile than we realize. Shoot, I'll talk about this with Jim this summer, but Jim was talking about how there might be evidence that certain bipedal dinosaurs, theropods, who don't look, you know, their body plan is roughly similar to this, they may have actually like dove into the water, and then like pushed off the bottom and stuff like that. There are trackways that seem to indicate this, so maybe we'll talk about this later this summer, Jim. But that was really, really exciting to hear. Could be that this basic kind of 2-legged, long-tailed, short-armed dinosaur body plan would have been super versatile. You know, animals with very different ecologies would have been able to use this basic body plan for all kinds of different stuff. Oh, pooling, not diving. Thank you, Jim. I'm excited to talk about that. That's exciting stuff. But yeah. Jim says we need a road trip for a streaming interview and mind-blowing outcrop. That would be really neat, Jim. We should talk about that. Yeah. Very cool. Oh, and poling, not diving. Okay. So bouncing along the bottom like a hippo. Is that the idea, Alicia? Neat. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Here, back to our new dinosaur. Photna.
Cool. The other thing that jumps out to me about this, you know, as you pointed out when we were talking earlier, sometimes you're describing a whole animal on the basis
Because
of
we mustn't
one
touch
bone.
in Badlands. That would be super cool.
Photna seems to have gone
That would be super
we
cool.
had no idea it existed to, oh my gosh, it's everywhere.
That's right.
How does that happen?
Well, we only started making the discoveries recently because the area of rock that we work in Utah, has been understudied historically. A lot of the focus in the last century in paleontology has been in areas where it's easier to find bones. So the Morrison Formation, where there's really big bones that are easy to spot. That's one of the reasons why there's been so many gigantic dinosaurs named. It's a lot harder to work on small animals. You have to be a lot more delicate in the field while you're excavating.
It's harder to find smaller animals, certainly, but it could be a lot easier to excavate them in the sense that you could do it a lot more quickly. I don't know. There's pluses and minuses to all these critters. Anybody who's ever tried to dig up an associated skeleton of a big sauropod dinosaur can tell you those things are a pain in the butt to dig up. But they're a lot easier to find in the first place. Their bones are more obvious usually.
It's a lot harder to work on small animals. You have to be a lot more delicate in the field while you're excavating them. You have to have a lot sharper of an eye to capture and see the bones. So the technology and the level of dedication in paleontology has really improved over the last few years. And that's why we started working on this area of Utah and are able to just start finding them all the time.
Yeah. That's not a Theslosaurus skull, is it?
That's right. I was thinking about talking about it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, and originally I had them right here so you could see that, one of the really cool things we found out about Photna.
Did this reporter, I'm assuming he is a reporter, did he know about Theslosaurus? That's super cool. If so, kudos to him. This is a great interview. Big props to everyone involved in this. This is good stuff.
In the later stages of this project is that Photon is actually the direct ancestor of Willow, of Thescelosaurus.
Yeah.
That's what is a cool thing that makes the connection with the Dueling Dinosaurs project, is that Thescelosaurus...
Jim says it's an in-house interview. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I'm still tempted to leave a comment just saying, like, this is one of the, you know, one of the best interviews of its type I've seen on YouTube.
Lived alongside
It's good stuff.
the Tyrannosaur downstairs and the Triceratops.
Yeah.
And so now that we know Photon lived 35 million years before it, we can kind of fill in the gaps in the evolution of these really cryptic animals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
That's the skull that's in the CT scan interactive downstairs.
Oh, yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
actual skull that the model is.
And you can see just how much they grew.
Well, I mean,
like 33% over the millions of years, right? So.
I mean, it strikes me how much more robust that is. I mean,
Oh,
this is still, you know, it's delicate. It's really.
What's funny is that, like, almost everybody in the Hell Creek Formation, where Thescelosaurus comes from, gets huge. Like, Tyrannosaurus, presumably the largest of the Tyrannosaurs, Triceratops, one of the very largest of the ceratopsids, Pachycephalosaurus, the very largest of the Pachycephalosaurs. Like, everybody just gets gigantic in the Hell Creek. Like, many of these critters are the largest members of their lineage. It's wild. It's cool. And Thescelosaurus is, like, the biggest of the Thescelosaurs. So it's not super surprising, I guess. Like, everybody gets big in the Hell Creek. Almost everybody. We've got bigger dromaeosaurs from earlier in time. We've got bigger ornithomimids, bigger oviraptorosaurs. But for ankylosaurs, pachycephalosaurs, ceratopsids, tyrannosaurs, hadrosaurs, almost everybody is like the biggest they've ever been. Which is cool. It's really cool. Yeah. And the Paleontologizing logo, I don't think any of those are Hell Creek critters, Claire. Yeah. Yeah, nobody's from the Hell Creek here. Yeah. Wessex Formation, Morrison Formation, Judith River Formation, Rancho La Bran. Yeah. Yeah. Nintendo says, why aren't there dinosaur ghosts? Because you don't believe hard enough, Nintendo. And Jim says, asteroid impacts are great for evolution unless they are too big. There you go, Jim, yeah. Lets you wipe the slate completely clean. Oh boy. Yeah. And Salamander says, isn't Dakotaraptor a chimera? Yes, and probably yes. Though yeah, Salamander, there's a lot of reason for doubt concerning that particular critter. But yeah, Jim says maybe. We know at least it's at least part turtle. That much is undisputed, I think. But yeah. Anyway, let's finish out this video here.
It's really light. You got a lot more going on with the nasal cavity there than you do here.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of that might be preservation. I mean, some of these bones, the skull bones, sometimes they're just paper thin.
Yeah.
And so, you know, the hole might be a little bit bigger than it actually would have been.
Yeah.
Like here, it's broken. This seems to be a more accurate reflection, but yeah, there's a lot that changed. These are very dynamic animals, and if you did a time lapse of their evolution, you can almost see their bones acting like Play-Doh and morphing and adapting through time. So
yeah. Astronomy show. Uh-oh.
It's wild.
Oh, actually, I wanted to ask you about the pointy little lower jaw there.
Yeah.
The predentary.
That's called the predentary. It's a weird, almost like pseudo beak on the lower end of a lot of these plant-eating dinosaurs. And
so all ornithischian dinosaurs, without exception, to my knowledge, they all have a predentary bone. So, yeah, here's Heterodontosaurus right here. Heterodontosaurus skull. The one highlighted in green, PD, that's the predentary. So you get that in Heterodontosaurus. You get it in Psittacosaurus right there. You get it in your big duckbill dinosaurs. You get the predenary there. They've all got it. Like 1/2 of the whole dinosaur family tree has got that predenary bone. Here it is on Tenontosaurus, or a very Tenontosaurus-like dinosaur. There's the predenary there at the tip of the lower jaw. The predenary bone. It's on everybody as an ornithischian. There it is on Lesotosaurus.
It's wild.
Oh, actually, I wanted to ask you about the
Really Dull Gamer says, are all the dinosaur bones displayed in museums replicas? No, definitely not. Shoot, that's a real one right there. Real Triceratops skull. There's a real Thessaliosaurus skull. You go around to different museums and you'll see different proportions of replicas and casts and 3D prints to real specimens. Everything I've got here in my office is a 3D print. Because, you know, with real scientifically important dinosaur fossils, you know...
That belongs in a museum!
It doesn't belong in my office. In my, you know, place of residence. It belongs in a museum. But you go around to different museums and you'll see replicas and you'll see the real thing. And I can teach you real quick how to tell the difference. Really Dull Gamer. I'll show you. We talked about this a little bit yesterday or the day before. Here we go. Here. Give you a little quiz. This one right here. Are these the original fossil bones? Or are these cast replicas? What do you think, chat? What do you think? Cast? Replica? Okay. They're real replicas. Casts are real replicas. They're molded and cast from the real thing. Yeah. So, if you said cast or replica, you're correct. What you can tell here is that, you know, this is a mount that was put up in the early 90s, I believe. This is at the University of California Museum of Paleontology, just down the road from me here in the San Francisco Bay Area. This is a cast of the Museum of the Rockies specimen MOR 555, MOR 555, the Wonkel Rex. You can tell it's a replica because you've just got metal rods jammed directly into the bones. You wouldn't want to do that with real fossil bones. There are some older museums where there are still specimens on display that are like that, with real fossils with metal rods jammed through them. But it's not the sort of thing we do nowadays. So it's very, very rare to see real fossils with metal rods jammed through them. So you can tell, because this is so clean and there's not a lot of like supporting armature, this is a replica. But look at the same exact skeleton at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C., but the real thing, and you see that metal armature there. You know, holding those fossil bones in place. Here, let's go back to that clip from the other day. Should be it here. Yeah, here we go. So here you can actually see, there's Matt Carano there, dinosaur curator at the Smithsonian. And, yeah.
Plus all of the other elements and make it work was challenging in the fact that it's just so much going on.
Yeah.
The armature that holds the real fossil, which...
So you see, these are the real fossil bones. They look kind of scrungy, you know, they're not like perfect and clean. Like, these are real fossil bones that had been in the ground previously to this for like 67 million years. Yeah, and thus they've got these, what they call fossil holders here.
The armature that...
And why do they not put the real skeleton in museums, says a really dull gamer? Well, they do. This one is in a museum. here they're getting it ready to put it on display. Sometimes we don't have the real things on display because maybe there's only one specimen in the world, and we want to be able to make copies and give them to different museums. Having real fossils on display also risks damaging them. It makes it more difficult for scientists to study if it's like 30 feet in the air. If you're talking about a big sauropod dinosaur and you want to look at its neck bones, you know, if its neck is 30 feet up in the air, that makes it kind of difficult, you know? But at the same time, oh, also it's really expensive. So like this metal armature right here, they have to custom make this. Each one of these is custom built to hold each of these bones in place. So like it gets really expensive.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils.
Thank you for the follow, Tesco
if they're
Horse Meat.
removed, America loses them forever.
Gross, but welcome. It's good to have you here. Despite the expense and the potential risk to the actual fossil specimens and the inconvenience for scientists to study them, it is, I think, really important to put real dinosaur fossils on display because oftentimes the public wants to see the real thing. And it's really important, I think, to show that to people. You know, replicas and casts and even 3D prints can be really cool for educational purposes, but nothing beats the real thing. You know?
Just so much going on. The armature that holds the real fossil, which we call the fossil holder, has, some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them, but it usually consists of a piece of half round with pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely. It's got a high percentage of real fossil, but where you see the white areas, those are generally cast materials that have been supplemented in. The ribs, there's white. Yep. And then, of course, all the cracks.
This skull will be a cast. The skull is the one part that's probably of greatest scientific interest. And so we want to make that accessible to scientific study. And if we position it like this, it's really going to make it impossible for scientists to get at it.
Yep. So you can go see the skull nowadays at the Smithsonian. The skull is in a glass case, I think, at the other end of the hall, or it's on public display as I understand it. I don't think they have that squirreled away back in collections or anything. I think it's on public display, kind of like with Sue at the Field Museum in Chicago. Yeah. Where what you're looking at here, that's the real fossil skeleton of Sue, and you can see the metal armature underneath. But the skull on Sue is way too heavy to put on there, and it's kind of squished. So you can see the real squished skull in a glass case there in the same hall. It's kind of overlooking her skeleton. So, I'm trying to find you a shot that shows this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. It's basically to the left over here. So just out of frame is the skull of Sue, the actual skull, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Also,
Anyhow.
the precariousness of the way this mount is, with the skull really hanging off the neck, as it is in a live animal, is not well suited to mounting a real bone.
Yeah. And somebody said, what a cool job. I mean, there's lots of cool jobs. This is a place called Research Casting International. Up in Ontario, Canada. We build dinosaurs. Yeah. So this is the cool thing. If you're somebody who's really interested in dinosaurs and you want to work with dinosaurs, but maybe you don't consider yourself an academic, maybe you don't want to, like, become a scientist, like, maybe the prospect of going to school to become a research paleontologist is a little daunting to you, but you still really want to work with dinosaurs, you still can. Holy cow, there are so many different ways that you can get involved with dinosaur science without necessarily being a scientist yourself. You can volunteer on field crews, you can do, you know, fossil prep, like cleaning fossils in the laboratory. You could work at a place like this. they need all different kinds of people to work here, as you'll see.
Build dinosaurs? And you just stops them dead in their tracks. What do you mean build dinosaurs?
Any welders here in the chat?
Been going up nicely. We were basically raising the tail 5 inches, so we bent the structural steel, and the reason why we did that was to keep it out of the reach of the public.
An iguanodon.
And Pri H, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We'll be talking about iguanodontians in just a little bit. And you're a welder, Hogan? Awesome. Yeah.
We have steel workers, we have blacksmiths, we have a lot of sculptors. You know, we have artists, like a lot have an art background. We have conservators, preparators, mold makers. It's a huge feather in our cap, you know, like just to do this. And, you know, especially after a career of doing it, you know, and working with major museums throughout the world.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Anyway, here's a link if you'd like to watch the rest of this. And there you go. Anywho. And a really dull gamer says, some people don't believe dinosaurs existed, or they existed only a few thousand years ago. What are their arguments? Logical fallacies? I don't know, I'm not going to get into that. But, I don't know. There are a lot of people who are, like, really afraid of the idea that the Earth is old, and that there were these big critters that lived here before we ever evolved. There are a lot of people who are really afraid of the idea of evolution, and honestly, that comes from a place of, I think, hubris, and, I don't know, not mean this in a mean way, but it comes from a place of ignorance, you know? When you actually go out there, get your hands dirty, doing boots on the ground field work, you start to see what's what pretty fast. And that's one of the reasons, you know, why I do this here on Twitch. You know, it's one thing to do these streams from my office here, you know, from air-conditioned comfort here in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's another thing to go out into the field and be digging up dinosaurs live on camera to kind of walk you through that, show you how it works, and that's what I'm really eager to do starting next week again. Going back out to the field and, yeah, I don't know. The internet can be a weird place. There's a lot of people with really wacky ideas on the internet. And the internet has a tendency to kind of give people with bizarre ideas a giant megaphone to broadcast those bizarre ideas to other people. I'm trying to use whatever megaphone I can grab here on the internet for, you know, actual science. Trying to be an advocate for reality, for critical thinking. For evidence-based science. So I don't know. I like to think that I make some kind of a difference doing all this, but it's the least I can do, I guess. You know? And I'm trying to do the most I can do, too. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And let's see. Prince Nanerda's got a great question. What was the common ancestor of synapsids, diapsids, anapsids that led to the dinosaurs? You're talking about the basalmost amniotes, Prince Nanerda. Anapsids I don't think are really a clade anymore. Anapsida I think is now defunct. Yeah. Anapsids, amniotes whose skulls lack one or more skull openings near the temples. Yeah. Anywho. But the basalmost critter in that whole group would be the basalmost critter for Amniota. So let's see. Betagram. Is it like Hylonomus or Archaeothyrus? Who is the basalmost amniote? But anyway, it would have been a critter during the Carboniferous, like early Carboniferous, I think. Which would be... Yeah. Oldest known Sauropsid is Hylonomus. Like I said, oldest known Synapsid is Acephalstera. Okay.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed...
Really Dull Gamer, thank you for subscribing.
Forever.
I appreciate that. Welcome to the community, Really Dull Gamer. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Well, let's look at Hylonomus. Basically, the first, like, the basalmost amniote. Amniotes are critters that, like, lay an amniotic egg. So they're the ancestors of the sauropsids and the synapsids, the reptiles and the mammals, respectively. The ancestor of both groups would have looked something like this. This is not a lizard. And I want to make that very, very clear. Not a lizard. Not a lizard at all. This lived long before the first lizards. Lizards are a particular group of reptiles that evolved like 100 million years after this guy. But the first of the like land-living vertebrate animals that laid eggs on land, like eggs with a shell, would have looked something like this. The basalmost amniotes. Yeah. Really Dull Gamer says, you are one of the most unique streamers on here. I'm glad I found this channel. Thank you, Gamer. I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you. Anywho. And, FLFFNefe says, what's your take on Paranthropus, cousins? I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, Elfele, so I don't have a horse in that fight. I don't know a lot about hominids. That's outside of my realm of expertise. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up. During the summers, I'll be back out there digging up more dinosaurs next week and streaming it. But I don't know enough about different hominid taxa to really have any opinions on them. They're cool, I guess, but beyond that, I don't really know what to say.
It's a dinosaur.
And Afele, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for hitting that follow button. I appreciate it. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Where were we going with this? Oh yeah, let's get back to our new dinosaur. And then let's finish that up. We'll finish up the paper and then we'll go to our other new dinosaur.
Yeah, that's called the predentary. It's a weird, almost like pseudo beak on the lower end of a lot of these plant-eating dinosaurs, and they didn't, they didn't have teeth on them, so the top teeth were just left alone. What's cool though is that on these animals there would have been a keratinous beak, like a beak made of just like a bird's beak that would have extended off the tip of their snout and possibly off the bottom part of their jaw. So it would have extended their face out a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But
I mean, like looking at the top and bottom jaw there together with those
cool stuff. And thank you, Claire. I'll take a look at that in a second.
It's like a paper cutter.
Yeah.
Right there. I mean, it just looks.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, and sometimes you can even see some of the wear marks on the inside of we call these the premaxillary teeth. They're the teeth at the very front of the snout. Yeah. You can see some of the wear facets. Maybe where it was occluding with the lower jaw. Also, maybe where it was just grinding away down from eating stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Very cool. Very cool. Here. Let me give you a link to this video. This is an awesome bit of outreach that they did here. Really excellent. Yep, and there's Haviv Avrahami, the lead author of the paper. Very cool stuff. Let me go ahead and leave a comment here. Let's see. Excellent video. Yeah. From the questions asked, the lead author's explanations and enthusiasm. This is a top-notch piece. And a really cool dinosaur to boot. Kudos to all involved. Yeah. Good stuff. All right. It's nice to leave some feedback like that. So often the coverage of fossil science in the media is really lackluster. Get a lot of stuff wrong. This is superb. So it deserves some props. But yeah. Anywho, this is our new dinosaur. Our new Thesalosaur. Oh, and Jim had sent something. Let's take a look at that from Claire. Thank you, Claire. Tree, I said look at where Thesalosaurs are. Was that to my email or text? Oh! Email. Oh, good stuff. Oh, this is lovely, Jim. Thank you. So, we've got a beautiful little cladogram here. Ooh. Interesting that they're putting silosaurs in with our ornithischians in this cladogram. Very nice. Heterodontosaurs, kind of basalmost group. We have stegosaurs and ankylosaurs within Thyreophora. And Thesalosaurs. Thesalosaurs basal to all of Ornithopoda at this point? Thesalosaurs are no longer ornithopods, according to this cladogram.
What? What?
Wow. Interesting. Interesting. And all ornithischians do not have predentary anymore. I guess silosaurs would not, if they're considered dinosaurs at this point, if they're considered ornithischians. Now, they wouldn't, but all of the rest of these guys that I can think of all have got predentaries. But if silosaurs... If these guys are considered dinosaurs, then I don't... Do they have predentaries or no? Huh. I'm not sure. Yeah. You have the paper very detailed. Which paper, Jim? You mean the new paper for Photno? Yeah. Paper included. Okay. My email and see if it's in there. Nice. Okay. Oh, very cool. And holy cow, this just came out. This has escaped my attention somehow. But early ornithischian evolution. Oh, very cool. Comprehensive phylogenetic analysis on early ornithischian evolution. Very cool. I don't recognize any of these authors off at first glance, but let's see here. Diphyletic model of Dinosauria supported with silosaurs nesting as members of Ornithischia. Interesting. Heterodontosauridae is resolved as a clade of non-Genosaurian Ornithischians, rejecting a potential relationship with Marginocephalia. Interesting. We just got a question about this yesterday, and I said that was still up in the air. Whether Heterodontosaurs might be allied with Marginocephalians. This paper says no. Hypsilophodontid taxa span the Neornithischian and Ornithopod stem, with Thescelosauridae as the sister taxon to Sauropoda. So that would mean Thescelosaurs are not even ornithopods anymore. Interesting. That is wild. I wonder if Lindsay Zano and co. had known about some of this stuff prior to like last summer, because they introduced the term to me, Speedo, small-bodied early diverging ornithischian. They didn't say ornithopod in reference to critters like Thescelosaurs or even Orodromenes. Interesting. Wild. This is cool. This is really cool. I'm gonna have to like print this so I can read it on the plane or put it on my laptop. I'm gonna download this. But this is really interesting stuff. Really interesting stuff. Huh. Very cool. Thank you again, Jim. Wild. Super neat. Huh. They're probably aware? Yeah. Interesting. There you go, Polyolio. Oh boy. But yeah. Yeah. And I'll see you later, gamer. Thank you for being here. You sleep well, huh? Take care. Thank you again for your support and your enthusiasm and your good questions. Cool stuff. So yeah, let's take a look at the paper. Look at a few more of their figures. Sorry for the whiplash there, everybody. And look at some of these. So these are all going to be related to burrowing, right? Maybe? Maybe not. But yeah, that's a weird trochanter there on... Is that the pubis or the issue? Pubis, probably. Weird. Pretty neat. Big old robust humerus. It kind of reminds me of the one in Eryctodromeus, even though that's not a close relative necessarily. Very cool. Very cool. Wear patterns on the teeth may be shared with Eryctodromeus. Interesting. Huh. Different measurements. Look at that gorgeous specimen there in articulation, just like when it died. Super cool. Oh man, this is all so neat, and we haven't even gotten to our new British iguanodont yet. We will have to do that before I get too absorbed in this. But man, this is how you do it. This is an excellent paper. Really, really well done. All these beautiful scans that they have of these different elements. They really did this right. Major kudos to the team here. Holy cow. This is superb. Jim, I can only hope that the iguanodont that we're digging up, that our paper is going to be half as cool as this. This is superb. Oh man. Very cool. Holy moly. Yeah. This is exquisite. So here we've got the ischia, which are bones in the hips. And I presume that the red one and the kind of terracotta one are different individuals. Yeah. different specimen numbers, 36261 and 36260. Two different individuals. Cross section, full extent of it. This is beautiful work. Holy cow. Really lovely. Look at the specimens that they've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different specimens. Showing variation there in the femurs. Take careful note how much individual variation you can get within the same taxon. That's impressive. That's really impressive. This is awesome. This is very cool. Really, really nice. Holy cow. Look at those hind limbs. Beautiful. Oh, this is wonderful. And really interesting, this almost reminds me of like Ornithomimosaur pedalunguals. Heard them described as spade-like before. This is so cool. And they're all color-coded? Yeah, beautiful. These are fantastic figures. I mean, you can see why Avrahami is lead author on this. He did all of the digitization and all the 3D modeling and everything, and that's such a huge part of this project. This is exquisite. This is so cool. Really, really well done. Yeah, I'm kind of in awe. This is phenomenal. This is how you do it, everybody. This is this is fantastic. Oh man, there's so much in here. Very nice. Exquisite. So cool. And again, this is an open access paper. Here's a link to it there. Here's the PDF download link. Copy link address. There it is in the chat. Check it out, everybody. Fantastic. Oh, and look at his tree. Let's do that real quick, Jim, and then we'll move on to our new proper ornithopod from the UK. But let's go down to that tree. Phylogenetic tree is what we're talking about, chat. So, not this. It's like elements analysis kind of thing. What we're looking for is a phylogeny. There we go. So, Photona right there. Sister taxon to Eryctodromius? Really? And then Thessalosaurus. There. Interesting. Very interesting. And Orodromines. Wait, what? So Orodromius and Eryctodromius have been split into two separate clades here, according to this analysis. Orodromius... Or Eryctodromius no longer an Orodromide. Very interesting. I wonder what L.J. Krumenacker would have to say about this, because he works on these critters. This is super cool. This is super cool. Huh. Wow, really neat. Jim, what would be awesome would be to find one of these guys, maybe its ancestor, in the lower yellow cat. Or the upper yellow cat. They've got to be there, right? Were they in North America? Do we have any evidence of this lineage in North America prior to this guy? And we have parts. Nice. And LJ loves it? That's awesome. Yeah. Oh boy. Exciting stuff. Oh man. Oh shoot, before I just wax lyrical about this a little too much, let's finally move on to our other iguanodont dinosaur. So let me pull up a little video sting here. We'll continue our fossil news. with a brand new iguanodont from the United Kingdom just described today. Fossil news. Let's get into it. All right, our next piece of fossil news, the one that you've been waiting for today, given that it's in the title, I guess, is this. New iguanodontian dinosaur unearthed on the Isle of Wight, off the coast of Great Britain. And for once, we've got a British dinosaur known from more than a couple of scraps. Sorry, I'm not trying to throw shade here, it's just... oh, I'm just excited. And look at their tree too. I will, Jim. This is going to be great. A new genus and species of iguanodontian dinosaur being named Comptonatus chasei. Not to be confused with Camptonotus. No, this is Comptonatus. Camptonotus is a junior synonym of Camptosaurus. Also, don't confuse it with this critter. It's been described by University of Portsmouth PhD student Jeremy Lockwood and his colleagues. There is an illustration of the animal's head, so presumably we've got scullular material. Oh boy! It'd be awesome to have some cranial elements from a new iguanodontian. Given that they're illustrating the head, presumably that's what we've got. Again, I haven't looked at the paper yet. Look at the horsetail plant hanging out of its mouth. Very nice. Yeah. An illustration by John Sibick. Wow, wow, wow. What's going on with the eye there, by the way? We'll see. Comptonatus chasei roamed Earth during the early Cretaceous, some 125 million years ago. And it is straight out of Compton, literally, I think, Burma Ben. From the Bay of Compton? Or something. We'll find out. This animal would have been around a ton, about as big as a large male American bison, Lockwood said. And evidence from fossil footprints found nearby shows it was likely to have been a herding animal. So possibly large herds of these heavy dinosaurs may have been thundering around if spooked by predators on the floodplains over 120 million years ago. Comptonatus chasei was a member of the Iguanodontia, a highly successful group of ornithischian dinosaurs, probably originating during the late Middle Jurassic. So, Camptosaurus is a good early example of this critter. Here, to kind of introduce you to this group, let me find you a clip. Here we go. There we go. Pterosaurs, and now... Oop. Here we have iguanodontian dinosaurs. I think these are supposed to be Iguanodon bernosartensis. So a big, bulky member of this family. But this is the basic kind of dinosaur that we're talking about here. An iguanodont. Yeah. Very cool. So you're seeing the basic body plan for an iguanodontian dinosaur here. They've got these big, thick back legs. Their forelimbs are a little bit more slender. They may have been facultatively bipedal, which means that they would usually walk around on all fours, but if they wanted to really get up and run, they kind of tilt back on their haunches and then just run on two legs, kind of tuck their arms up underneath them. Big muscular tail for balance and for muscle attachment. And you've got this kind of short but muscular neck with a head with a beak on the end, but then all of these nice chewing teeth in there too. So an iguanodont. Here you go. It's one of Jim's polycanthines there. Ghost Wolf says, so what's the best guess for what color dinosaurs actually were? They were all purple. No, different dinosaurs would have been different colors. We have been able to figure it out for a few different dinosaurs. If they've got preserved feathers or preserved skin. Sometimes you can find melanosomes, fossil color cells in them that give you a rough idea for what the coloration of the animals would have been. So far, most of them that have been looked at have been orange. And we see that reflected in, well, here in the chat, if you've got a tier 2 sub, you've got Sinosauropteryx there. But we've been able to figure it out for a few dinosaurs. There's a growing list, but it's still, you know, in the single digits, I think. Dinosaurs we can actually tell the coloration of. Rain, and then these guys are everywhere in the early Cretaceous. There's that beak. And then you'll see the chewing. Iguanodon probably isn't the first, but it's an early chewing dinosaur. Yeah, and I will look at the tree, Jim. We'll get to that. You get the first flowers. Yeah. And that coevolution between flowers and iguanodontian dinosaurs like this may have been one of the keys to their success. Why these animals were able to really spread out across the globe. And their descendants, the hadrosaurs, duck-billed dinosaurs, are super successful too. Holy cow. They may have been well adapted for feeding on angiosperms, new flowering plants. But yeah. Anyway, our new critter, Comptonatus, is a member of Iguanodontia. Comptonatus chasei is a fantastic dinosaur specimen, one of the most complete to be found in the United Kingdom in a century, said Susie Maidbon, paleontologist at the NHM in London, the Natural History Museum. The specimen, which is younger than Brightstonius but older than Mantellosaurus, two iguanodontian dinosaurs closely related, demonstrate fast rates of evolution in iguanodontian dinosaurs during this time period, and could help us understand how ecosystems recovered after a putative extinction event at the end of the Jurassic. And oh boy, pushing all the right buttons here. This is awesome. Yeah, we'll be talking about this summer, I'm sure. Jim Kirkland, who's here in the chat, state paleontologist of Utah, I think we'll have some stuff to say about this later in the summer too. That extinction event at the end of the Jurassic that paved the way for like new Cretaceous dinosaur faunas. That extinction event may have been worse than anybody realized. Exciting stuff. Yeah. Fossilized remains of Comptonatus are found in the Wessex Formation on the Isle of Wight in 2013 by fossil collector Nick Chase, and it's named after him. Comptonatus chasei, named after Nick Chase. This animal represents one of the most complete iguanodontian dinosaurs, including cranial elements found in Britain, the paleontologist said. Despite only 4 new dinosaur species being described in the Isle of Wight in the whole of the 1990s, there have been 8 new species named in the last 5 years. I'm not convinced that all of those are valid, but it is really exciting. Like, the pace of discovery and description and publication of these animals, that pace is quickening. It's exciting stuff. And the pace of dinosaur discovery in general seems to be holding steady, if not increasing. This is one of the things I'm hoping to present on at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting this October in Minneapolis. Very excited about that. This really is a remarkable find, Lockwood said. It helps us understand more about the different types of dinosaurs that lived in England in the early Cretaceous. This adds to recent research that shows that Wessex was one of the world's most diverse ecosystems. It's a bold claim. The findings were published this week in the Journal of Systematic Paleontology, and lucky for us, it is open access here. So, copy link address right there. There it is in the chat for you.
Access granted.
Yeah. Good stuff. Gotta love open access science. So you can open this up and follow along at home if you'd like to. Comptonatus chasei, a new iguanodontian dinosaur from the Lower Cretaceous Wessex Formation of the Isle of Wight, southern England. Let's take a look at the abstract. New iguanodontian Comptonatus is described in the Lower Cretaceous Wessex of the Isle of Wight. These try to provide an important record of a critical time in the development of iguanodontian diversity. The specimen, which is described here for the first time, was found and excavated in 2013. 11 years ago. It represents the most complete iguanodontian skeleton discovered in the Wealden group for a century. A new taxon is diagnosed by several autapomorphies, that's unique characteristics, found in the neurocranium, teeth, coracoid, and other parts of the body, together with a unique suite of characters. These include a dennary with a straight ventral border, a markedly expanded prepubic blade. These features set it apart from the sympatric Mantellosaurus, Brightstonius, and Iguanodon bernisartensis, increasing the known diversity of this clade in the Barremian to early Aptian of England. Interesting. Did they do histo, though? You've got so many different iguanodontian dinosaurs that are all claimed to be coeval, living at the same time in the same place. Are they actually different animals? Or how would you falsify the hypothesis that they're all just growth stages of the same critter, or at least some of them might be growth stages of the same critter? The word histology doesn't seem to show up here. So, anyway, let's just see how much of this critter they have. Geological setting. There's a map of where it's from. Beautiful strat columns here. I love the color scheme, actually. That's a nice touch. I like that a lot. Histology, well, there it is. Shoot. No, they did do it. Why did that not come up in the... Maybe they didn't OCR this. Maybe there's... Whatever. Thin sections of bone for histological examination were made from 2 fragments of dorsal rib shaft. Okay. Not ideal, but way better than nothing. Rib sections were selected largely pragmatically. The samples were cut using phylogenetic analysis. Okay, cool. The name Camptonatus means the Compton Thunderer. Straight out of Compton. It's a contraction of the words for Compton on the Isle of Wight and Tonatus, the Latin for thundered, and reflects the place of discovery and the large size of the animal. We've got some proposed autapomorphies, partial tubercle, step dorsolateral ascending process of the supraoccipital, basioccipital with thin medial ridge and ventral sulcus. Better hope these things are not ontogenetically variable. But, anyway, cool. And the etymology of the species name. I love this. The specific name, Chasei there, honors the late, he passed away, Mr. Nick Chase, winner of the Paleontological Association's Mary Anning Award in 2018, who made the initial discovery and through his lifetime contributed enormously to the collections at the Dinosaur Isle Museum, Isle of Wight, and the NHM in London, too. Well, paleo salute to Mr. Nick Chase. Can you find a picture of him? Here we go. Most complete dinosaur named in honor of finder. This is from 14 hours ago, and there's the man himself, Nick Chase. Mr. Chase's son, Will, who was present at the excavation in 2013, described his father as a wonderful man and a treasure for the island. Nick had a phenomenal nose for finding dinosaur bones. He really was a modern-day Mary Anning. He collected fossils daily in all weathers and donated them to museums. I was hoping we'd spend our dotage collecting together as we were of similar ages, but sadly that wasn't to be the case. Dr. Lockwood said. Jim was saying that that Lockwood here returned to academia later on in life. Dr. Lockwood said despite Mr. Chase's numerous discoveries, including the most complete iguanodon skull found in Britain, this was the first dinosaur to be named after him. Very cool. And there he is at the excavation site in 2013. Ms. Chase described her brother as very generous, often giving bones he found to children on the beach or helping them to identify their finds. She said he didn't make any money from it. All his scientifically important finds he gave to scientific institutions. He felt strongly that these things should be shared with everyone. Agreed. Here's a link to that article. Good for him. Holy cow. And now he is, even after death, achieved a certain degree of immortality. That is one of the highest honors that I could possibly think of. Having a dinosaur named after you. It's pretty awesome. It is pretty awesome. Pretty neat. And Prince Nernerdus says, so for the Earth to support these massive creatures, all sorts of them, imagine the kind of nutrient-rich plant life that would have had to exist to support them all. Yeah, it's not hard to imagine. I mean, nowadays, so many of our natural landscapes are so denuded of plant life and animal life because of humans. You know, absent us, there'd be so many, you know, big critters walking around the landscape. Really, like, we are so impoverished in terms of wildlife nowadays because of, I guess, the greed and carelessness of human beings. I said it. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Midgard Thickguard says, now I understand why you did not want to have a find named after you. Yeah, oftentimes these things are posthumous. So, yeah. I sincerely hope there will not be an Anduzosaurus or, you know, such and such a Saurus Anduzai anytime in the near future, because that'll probably mean that I met some kind of an untimely end, you know? Anywho, Midgard, thank you for the call back there. That was lovely. Yeah. Yeah. Danny O'Don. Yeah, there you go. Cute. No. What? Danny's tooth? Does dinosaur have teeth that look like mine? Anyway. But yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool. Again, here is the paper. Let's continue here. And a decent part of the skull we've got. Max, dennary, a portion of the nasal, prefrontal, frontal, postorbital, parietal, squamosal, quadrate. This is fantastic. We've got a good portion of the animal skull. Beautiful. This critter represents one of the most complete iguanodontians, including cranial elements found in Britain. Bones have undergone some crushing, are heavily pyritized. Uh-oh. Pyrite disease, yowza. And some of the cortical surfaces have a roughened texture so that fine details such as muscle scars are often hard to discern. Interesting. So, yeah, oh boy. This must have taken a lot of work to prep. But I love how it's labeled on their right maxilla. Nice. Some nice, nice cranial elements here. Good stuff. This is like remarkably complete for a dinosaur from the UK. Oh man, exciting. Very cool. Some more skull bones there. Nice. Beautiful. Back of the skull right here. Exoccipital and occipital. Bunch of beautiful bones here. This is nice. This is really nice. Very nice. Let's get down to... Oh. That looks like a tooth there. Very nice. Oh, excuse me. Good stuff. Yeah. Got some verts there. Got some appendicular elements. More verts. Yeah, nice vertebrae. Sacrum right there. So the vertebrae from in the hips. Very nice. Neural spines. These are a weird shape. The sacral neural spines. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, this looks like it might be from near the base of the tail. Yeah, anterior-most caudal vertebrae. Bingo. Got a decent amount of this animal. This is impressive. Have we got like a full skeletal diagram? I'd love to see that. Just at a glance, we can see how much of this critter we've got. Really nice limb elements there. Yeah. And look at that ilium. Good stuff. This is nice. This is really nice. Yeah. Apollo Python says, how thick were dinosaur eggshells? The thickest dinosaur eggshell I've ever seen is maybe about a quarter to a third of a centimeter. The biggest dinosaur eggs are only about the size of a football. You know, not necessarily an American football, but like, you know, a soccer ball. Yeah. I love the figures in this. Lots of photographs of these elements. This is good stuff. Got a hind foot right there. Big old pedalungule, big old claw on the middle toe. Good stuff. And here's their tree. This is what I've been looking at. This is what I've been looking for. Jim said this is interesting. And sister taxon to Mantellosaurus. Interesting. Do we know for certain that this is actually a new taxon? If it's from the same time and the same place as its closest relative? You could have a recent splitting event right before both of these animals existed, or... I do wonder about this, you know? Do we know for sure that they're not the same critter? Keep looking, says Jim. Okay. Yeah, Rhinosaurus. Brightstonius. Okay, so that critter is close, but it's not... Well, interesting. The Brightstonius would be outside of the clade that includes Iguanodon, Beryllium, and Mantellosaurus. That's interesting. I'm not really familiar with this critter, though. I wonder how much of it we really have. Yeah. I've got Lamiosaurines, Saurolophines over here, Comptonatus, Lambia. Interesting. Eudodon, Decododon way down over here. That kind of makes sense. Okay. Iguanacolossus right there. Huh. Interesting that Iguanacolossus... I guess that makes sense. Eudodon's from earlier in time, and then...
Tradoon.
And Relax It's Max, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, the Barrel White says, what are the numbers on this chart? I think these might be... Are those numbers of... Now, what is this? Is that like a... I'm not sure, actually. It's been a long time since, like, basic cladistics. Are those numbers of etapomorphies? 2, 2, 1, 1, 4, 6, 8, 1. I'm not sure. They're shared characters. Okay, that makes sense, Jim. Yeah. Shared characters, yeah. That makes sense. So, these are the number of, like, different anatomical characteristics that are shared between these two taxa. I guess would be 2 here. Huh. Okay, that makes sense. And then the ones that go from... that go up to 100, I wonder if that's like degree of confidence or something like that. Linked to the matrix, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Cool. What else was I supposed to notice in here, Jim? I feel like something's sailing over my head. Microscopic examination showed no evidence of an EFS, no external fundamental system, when they did a histo sample here. At least 5 circumferential growth marks could be identified. So this animal's not full grown. If it comes out as more primitive compared to some of the other critters that it's supposed to be coeval with, I wonder about that. Yeah. Oh, Tenontosaurus and Raptidons are separate. Interesting, Jim. Okay. Yeah, Tenontosaurus here. Sister group to Dryosaurids, and then Raptidontians are even earlier diverging than that. Very interesting. Oh, that's wild. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Well, what was the new Cedar Mountain? It was a Raptidontian from last year, right? Eoni, I think that Lindsay Zano and co. published on. That is a Raptidontian, I believe. And so that's interesting. This group seems to have split off really early on. Huh. Very cool. Very, very cool. And Jim says, I think Dryosaurs should be the base of Tenontosaurs. That's an interesting idea. They do tend to have really similar shaped skulls. Yeah. At least in the way that I've seen them reconstructed before. Dryosaurus skull versus Camptonotus, they've got a certain degree of similarity. I would not be shocked. And given that Dryosaurs tend to have kind of stupid long tails, which obviously Camptosaurs do too, that, I don't know. From what little I know about these kind of basal ornithischians, that makes intuitive sense to me. Huh. Oh, iguanodonts, base of iguanodonts. Interesting. Okay. What, the Dryosaurids might be basal iguanodontians? I remember LJ saying this, something similar, I think, a number of years ago. Huh. Anyway, this isn't always the best medium for discussion here, Jim. You trying to type in a chat, me trying to interpret what you're saying. It'll be cool to be able to talk about this in person next week. Big fingers, little phone. Yeah, sorry. I hope it's not too frustrating, Jim. But man, am I excited to discuss some of this with you. Hopefully live on stream next week. That's going to be awesome. Anyway, let's finish this paper out. And they did histo here. I'm so happy that they did. But they're showing that this animal is not skeletally mature. There's no EFS. There's no external fundamental signature, which is where those growth lines get so pinched together that they essentially form just like, you know, that big thick line that says like, yep, done growing. This guy doesn't have that. It's an animal that's not skeletally mature, according to the histology of the rib, anyhow. Really glad they did that. Yeah. Diversity, evolutionary, and speciation rates in late Cretaceous may have been underestimated. Interesting. Shoot. I'm of the opinion a lot of these things are vastly oversplit, but okay. Relatively rapid turnover of mega-herbivore attacks with novel species appearing during intervals of less than 1 million years. That's not turnover, though, if it's anagenetic. Oh, boy. If it's, like... Turnover is when you have an extinction event, and then new critters evolving. That's faunal turnover. If it's linear evolution, non-branching, that's not turnover. It's anagenetic. Oh. Jim says, yes, Danny. Okay. I wonder about that. Huh. Evolution happens in populations? Yeah. Rapid fall and turnover in iguanodontian-dominated ecosystems seems unwise to presuppose that Mantellosaurus and Iguanodon bernistardtensis persisted in the Wealden across 3 stages as the sole iguanodontians. It should also not be assumed that the Wessex subbasin characterizes an ecosystem in stasis. The early Barremian may have represented a wetter environment, the onset of more arid climate during the middle to late Barremian. Marine transgression, a known evolutionary driver for anagenesis. Interesting. I am looking forward to reading this in detail. See if maybe I can print myself a copy too while I'm still here in Civilization. Before I go back out to the field next week. Because it'd be nice to have that. And... what's this doing? Why did that message go away? Cool. Anyway, yeah. Teasing the story apart. Yeah, I'm excited to look into this in greater detail when I'm not trying to be interesting for the camera, too. Anyway. Good stuff. Some nice figures coming. Let's finish this out. Thanks, Jim. All right. Reconstruction of iguanodontian dentaries and skulls from the Isle of Wight. A is, I guess, unnamed taxon. B, Mantellosaurus. C, Comptonatus. And D, Brightstonius. These two are very similar, just superficially, although interesting that the teeth, we've got like a diastema going on here almost. Maybe diastema implies that there's teeth at the anterior too. Maybe that's the wrong term for this, but yeah. But very interesting. Those do seem pretty different. And if these are actually different different taxa and not just different ontogenetic stages of the same animal, you would expect differences in the feeding apparatus of these animals. This makes me a little bit more willing to accept that these are different critters. And Brightstonia has a horn. That could very well be ontogenetic, though. But, like, differences in the actual feeding apparatus raise my eyebrows, for sure. Huh. Huh. Very cool. Prepubic blade also different in these critters? Okay. I don't know if that's ontogenetically variable either. That's interesting. Okay, okay. Ontogenetic stage. Likely a sexually mature animal that achieved a substantial amount of its body mass but is not yet fully skeletally mature. A lack of an EFS would also suggest that. But with the open neural central synchondroses, which... yeah. Dorsal and caudal vertebrae, partially fused cervical vertebrae. These are increasingly being seen as unreliable indicators of maturity in dinosaurs. I would agree with that. Well, yeah. Nice. Either the Wessex Formation has supported a greater diversity than previously realized, or that evolutionary and/or migratory pressures resulted in faunal change between the latest Hoderivian and early Aptian. Comptonatus chasei provides further evidence for greater iguanodontian diversity, and now makes it unclear which iguanodontian taxon or taxa dominated in the Wessex subbasin during the Permian. Do we actually have good strat on these guys? Because I know a lot of this stuff in the Isle of Wight just kind of tumbles out of the cliffs, and it's sometimes very difficult to say when precisely in time they are from. So let's take a look at their strat column again and see if it's stratigraphically well constrained. There we go. Yellow arrow marks the location of the excavation site of this specimen. What yellow arrow? Not seeing that. Oakregard, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. They've really been tightening up the strat. That's good to hear, Jim. That's good to hear. Oh, and Susie Maybont will be digging at Lori's site at the end of September. Very cool, Jim. Shoot, I may or may not be able to make it out there at that time. I gotta figure out whether I'm doing TwitchCon this year, which kind of overlaps with that a bit. Okay, there's the excavation site there on the map, but... so that's from layer 9 there. Okay, L9. Interesting. Well, very cool stuff. I'm looking forward to reading this paper in greater detail and starting to figure this stuff out. My bias, maybe as a student of the Museum of the Rockies school of thought, is that null hypothesis should be that we're looking at different ontogenetic stages of the same critter, rather than immediately jumping to the conclusion that, you know, there's high diversity in any dinosaur fauna. That similar dinosaurs, ones that look similar but a little bit different, oh, they're definitely new species. No, like, slow down and think, could this just be ontogenetic variation, or stratigraphic variation, or individual variation, or diagenetic variation, or so many other potential sources of variation?
Ontogeny.
There you go, Charlie's Dragon, ontogeny, yeah. This is interesting. This is really interesting. Well, I'm excited to read this cover to cover. Yeah. And Carol will be around for bouncing stuff off, too. I'm excited to be able to meet her and talk to her, Jim. Yeah. They went overboard, some right, some wrong, says Jim. I like your assessment. I'm excited to talk about this in person. Oh, man. Anyway, with that said, it is almost dinner time here. And I've got to wrap up today's stream. So, without further ado, let's wrap it up. And let's throw an Archaeopteryx under our credits for right now. But, thank you to everybody who's about to appear listed in our credits. Thank you, thank you. Don't go away just yet. We're going to raid into somebody else. Maybe doing some science if we're lucky. And let's see. Looks like Casey Snellart
opened up
is
my
live
fridge.
right now. Why don't we go see what she's up to? Good stuff. Looks like she's painting some fanciful critters based on nudibranchs. Sea slugs, very cool. And Brandy J. Locks, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you to everybody showing up in our credits again. Really appreciate your enthusiasm, your questions, your viewership, your financial support allows me to continue to do this, so thank you, thank you. Moderators, thank you for keeping everything under control. Raiders, thank you coming in and saying hello. Hope everybody had a good time today. I hope you learned something cool. I definitely learned some cool things today. And I am super excited to bring you out to the field next week for Digging Dinosaurs Live in the eastern Utah desert, early Cretaceous. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna go say hello to Casey Snellart, who's one of the moderators here on our channel, and a very talented artist. I may or may not stream tomorrow. We'll see. I'm gonna be hanging out with some friends. Gotta make sure I get some social time in before I go back out to the field. So I can't guarantee that I'll stream tomorrow, but I'll try and stream Friday. We'll be streaming from the field next week. Hope to see everybody later. You all take care of yourselves. Let's go see what Casey's up to. I'll see you there.